Okay, fine. Okay, how you all doing? Citizen AY here. I'm trying to get one or two things done, so we're gonna go live right now. So, and we'll talk about a few other issues as we go along. Please do share, 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 share. We would like you to share it. Let's go and do this. We will touch on Nigeria, but Nigeria, we want to talk about good news. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Welcome, welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth power. What do you think about the outfit? Let us know. Please do share, share, and share. I'll be back 1 second. Just want to try and share to a few places. Please do join us. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth power. We're gonna go live right now on. We're gonna reconnect. I don't know what's happening. We're gonna reconnect. What's going on? But we will get it done. Don't worry. We will get it done. Oh, I'm back now. It's working. It should be stable now. It should be stable now. Back now. It's working. It should be stable now. It should be stable now. It should be stable now. Let me just make sure I get this right. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Let me see if this works. No, that's not it. No. Hang on a minute. Let me just check what's going on here. Just give me a minute. Yeah. That's it. That's correct. So why are you giving me a different one? I don't want that to be the thing that we're doing. Upload screenshot. Burkinabe. Let me just see. Just give me a minute. Okay. So let me just do that. For army. So let's also just give me a minute, please. I'll get it done. I'm getting there slowly. We will keep trying. Don't worry. Over 50,000 Burkinabes for army, or join army for army. Apply. Let me see if I can put that there. Can I do that? No, it won't let me do it. For army. Okay. So I hope this is correct. I'm gonna just say one more time. I want to make sure this is correct, because this should not be showing me that. Okay, let me just test something out first. I want to test something out. No, okay, so I know what it is. So, okay. Okay, chat and interview, yeah. Okay. So we're almost there. Greetings, greetings. We'll be going live shortly. Okay, so, and we will start off, and now we're going to go live. You are listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Please help us grow the platform, share the broadcast, and help us reach as many people as possible. Those of you watching us on TikTok, it's very important. So we are just going to work out. I mean, there are so many things going wrong. We will touch on the young man, the man that was illegally that was executed in America for doing nothing whatsoever. We'll talk about that. But this is very, very important news. So let me just make sure I get back in there first. I want to focus on that so that we know what is going on. It's very important that we do that. It's great that we're hearing music and all of that, but we need to focus on the things that are very important for us to know. And we need to make sure that we are on message with that. 1 second. No, 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 no. Just give me a minute. I don't want that at all, because I don't want to kick out the other one. We are going to do this the right way. So what's the right way? The right way is, of course, doing this, and then we come back. So greetings, greetings, greetings. Please do share. Let me know if you can hear my voice. We are going to start shortly. I'll be playing our usual tune, but before I do that, I just need to get the setting things up and running. You are listening to Citizen AY. What do you think of the outfit? Let me know. What are your thoughts on the outfit? Do you like it? Let me know your thoughts. Yeah, the beanie is there. You know, it's yeah, and it says the platform where we speak truth to power right there. So let us carry on. So greetings, greetings, greetings. I think we're almost there now. Let us check. So hello, 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 hello. So let us start off straight away with this tune, our signature tune. Sorry. So here we go. So we're gonna switch it over now. So uh-huh. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Well, now, yo. Yes, yes, yes. Come on. Let's go. Uh-huh. Come on. How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this off for how long? How long? Share, share, share. How long? How long gonna go this off for how long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this off for how long? Oh, how long? How long? How long gonna go this off for? My people, we don't tire inside Nigeria. Now slave camp we dey oh. Now so my people we don't tire for the country where them they call Nigeria. Now slave camp oh. The time don't knock where we suppose. Stand up for our rights oh. Stand up for our rights oh. The time don't knock where we suppose. Stand up oh, for our rights oh, for self-determination. How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this off? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this off? How long? Tap the screen and share. How long? How long gonna go this off? How long? Oh, how long? How long? How long gonna go this off? Abdul Salam na fake man. Now he put that yeah constitution for your head, yo. Abdul Salam na fake man. Now military man come tell you na say una get constitution. Na lie yo, na fake, na fraud yo. Na yeah constitution. Now in there they take close to na eye yo. Make una wake up, make una wake up, oh. Burkinabe niyo, I just dey wonder. 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 People I want make una know so. Self-determination, oh, now you're right, yo. My people I want make una know so. Self-determination, now you're right, yo. You must fight for your right. You must stand for your right. You must get up, stand up. You must tell your people for your village, for your town, for your city, any inside country where you dey oh. Atiku, Emilokon, or Peter Obi no be the solution. Now the solution, now be the solution. Make una wake up, wake up, make una wake up, wake up. Time don't knock. You be Yoruba man, you be Biafran. I want make una know say self-determination. Now you're right, you. Yeah. Yoruba land, now your land, yo. your land, yo. Hausa land na your land, yo. Biafra land na your land, yo. No be Nigeria, no be Nigeria, no be Nigeria, no be Nigeria. La 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 la. Oh. Greetings and welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Thank you all so very much. I hope you found this beneficial. It's a pleasure to have you join us here. Please do share the broadcast as you're watching. Help us reach more people. We really, truly do need your support. Please tap and share the screen. We welcome gifts and tap, tap, tap and help us reach more people. You can, of course, download that tune on iTunes and on Spotify. It is on iTunes, on Spotify. The song is How Long Una Go Dey Suffer. It's a tune I wrote. It is right now on Spotify and on iTunes. You can go down there, click on it, and share. Now, tell me, what do you think about this T-shirt? Greetings to you all. As you're walking, as you're coming in, please tap, give the platform, share, and let us reach more people. What are your thoughts on the hoodie and the beanie? Let us know your thoughts. This is what I'll be wearing on the show. We have been working on it. Because I've been off sick, I wasn't really able to do anything. I'm getting better. I'm not there yet. I still have to go and do some checkups and things. But anyway, we're here. Let us know your thoughts. Watching as you see it. Do you like it? It says the platform where we speak truth to power at the bottom right there. And, it's your hoodie. If you want it, get in touch. And I can tell you what it is. Basically, this is, because of what we're trying to do, we say it's £40 for the hoodie itself, and the beanie is £20. It is reasonably priced, and it is the messaging is what is important, because this platform is really for solving, coming up with solutions, and taking concrete critical actions and encouraging our people to know their rights through awareness programs that we do on this platform. For that reason, we know that having the right image and the right picture or front facing visual is very important in getting the message across. Citizen AY has always been known since 2018 to speak truth to power. I went through a lot of difficult things when I was back home in Nigeria in 2018, 2017. I lost thousands of naira from crime, and that was what woke me up to realize that something was fundamentally wrong, not only in Nigeria but across the whole of Africa. Since then, we have been working tirelessly to raise awareness about our rights in Africa, in Nigeria and in Africa, and to know that the governance that we have is not working for us. And one of the things that we did, that we know that as one of the things, the fundamentals that we did, was to be talking about what we're talking about today. Again, the constitution of the country of Nigeria. We started breaking it down. We started going section by section, explaining it, firstly in English, all the way back in 2018, 2019. And by the way, this logo has been designed by my son. My son designed the logo, and I'm proud. He designed it for me. I told him what the vision was, and he designed the logo for Citizen AY. I'm really grateful, and I'm so proud to have him as my son doing that. And he believed, he clearly the vision was communicated to him in such a way that it is striking. And he came up, I did not have any input in the design. He came up with that based on what I said, and I'm really glad that we can able to see that now. So this logo was designed by my son, and of course now it signifies the platform where we speak truth to power. Because what we were doing earlier on was to bring information to the people in about their rights. Initially, we were doing that in English, thinking that English was the way forward. If we know English, you can know your rights. Boy, was I wrong. This took me years. We kept doing this. We kept going to the constitution, talking about it, raising awareness. But it wasn't cutting through. But was in the last few years, in the last year or so, we started realizing that, hang on, that English is actually a hindrance on our development. The foreign languages is a hindrance on the development of Africa. Africans who are born in Africa do not need to learn English or French or Portuguese to know their rights. They need to know their rights in their local language. And that is what we're working for. Please keep in mind, I speak Yoruba very well. I am a proud Yoruba man. I have a platform where I speak about these issues in Yoruba language. But for the purposes of reaching a wider audience of Africans across the whole African continent, we need a platform like this to be able to explain in English the rights that we need for our people to be aware of, and the translation of such rights into local languages so that the people can begin to participate in their own governance. So for that reason, that was how, back in 2018, Citizen AY came about. 2019, my son designed what you see here, and that's what I'm using. And I'm really proud of that, and I say thank you, son. This is something that is very, very important, because the message is very, very important. We are here to really ensure that we raise awareness that every African, all 54 African nations, that you have that right to know your constitution in your local language. No excuses from no government. And it is you who are the government, and you have the power to make that change. So we are here to drive that relentlessly. This platform is to raise awareness and to change the mindset, to banish forever the lies that have been told by those who have been writing African stories. We must never ever, from now on, allow any other people, European or whoever, to tell our own story about who we are to us, and to make us believe in their story, because it is not our story. Our story must be told by we, the Africans, and that is what we stand for. This platform is to ensure that every African is proud of who they are, proud of their history, proud of their ancestors, and venerate our ancestors. That is what this platform is about. So we are here relentlessly. Other platforms will talk about problems. We are here to talk about solutions. Anybody watching, I need you to know that you have a solution. You have a role to play in solving Africa's problem. Every single person watching, I believe in you. Not forget word. Look, I have confidence in you. It's not believe. I have confidence in you that you have the wherewithal to solve our problems. That is what we need to do. We do not want to wait for anybody. Nobody has the right to label Africans in the way they wish to portray ourselves, and then worse still, to make us accept that false narrative. We must begin to make sure that every platform, we create our own narrative about our own story, about our own lives, about what it means to be African, because no European can tell me what it means to be African. I don't wish to tell any European what it means to be European, but they do not have the right to tell me what it means to be African. And we must vehemently reject that. Vehemently reject it. And that means that we need to be telling our own story. So we need more people like myself and others to join in this struggle. Start creating our own narrative. Know your history. Talk about your history. Be proud of being an African. Stand tall. Make sure, because the coming generation, what we do right now is impacting the coming generation. If we bow down and accept the lies, we are telling the coming generation to accept the lies being told about themselves. No more. Every African hear me now. You have the solutions. We are the people of this entire world. The first people on the entire world are all melanated people. Let us state that. Let us be very clear about that. And we shouldn't let anybody be telling us lies about who we are. We don't wish to be telling people stories about who they are. We're not interested. But we will not accept anybody telling us lies about who we are, making us turn against ourselves in our own land. And this is why this program is important. This is why this signal here signifies unity. You see the circle. And in that circle, it talks about citizens. It's not just about me. It's about you and me. It's about us. We are the sovereigns. Within there, we are sovereigns. And as sovereigns, we have the right over our land on the African continent. We mustn't accept the lies that have been told about us by these people. We cannot accept it. Nobody wants to go into Europe and tell Europe what they want to do about their land or whatever. I'm not interested. We're not interested. But we can no longer accept them telling us who we are on the African continent, controlling ourselves. We cannot move around. They have the temerity to be carving African continent in their vision and forcing us to accept that. No more. You and I have we have a role to play. We need to wake up. This is not about hate. And people will say, oh, you are spewing hate. I'm not interested in hating anybody. I want to make sure that Africans will believe in ourselves. We stand tall like our ancestors, like Shaka Zulu, like the Oyo Empire, like the Ghana Empire, like the Mali Empire. Stand tall like the Benin Kingdom, like the Dahomey. These are the kingdoms that we have. We have a great history, and we've been told lies about who we are. We must no longer accept that. We must stand tall, come what may. Because what we do as Africans in front of our children is what they will imbibe and they will accept. We for too long have accepted the lies being told about who we are. In every part of Africa, we must rectify that. I need you to know that I know you have solutions. I am not the only one with the solutions. Dr. Alkanachumbe is not the only one with solutions. Ibrahim Traore is not the only one with solutions. General Chan is not the only one with solutions. Assimi Goita is not the only one with solutions. We all have solutions. The question is, are we committed to see a better Africa? Ask yourself that question. Are you committed to see a better Africa? Think to yourself. Go in a quiet place. Question yourself. Are you prepared to see a better Africa? And are you prepared to walk towards it? And that's the question we must be asking every one of us. Every single one of us. All of the puppet leaders, we see there are puppet leaders, except for the three behind me, and I salute them. I salute Ibrahim Traore, I salute Assimi Goita, I salute General Chiani, because they are giving their soul and everything they have for Africa, to see a better Africa. And we need you to on that struggle. Don't be a bystander. Please don't be a bystander. I need you to join in this struggle. I'm sorry if my passion is coming through, but we need to say what needs to be said. And I'm very proud on the basis of that to go forward to the next part. Now, we are going to have, look, we are in a situation now. We are at the cusp of something big. The Western powers knows that Africans are waking up. And they are trying to do what they did in the time of Patrice Lumumba, where they unalived him. The time of Mehdi Ben Baka. The time of Amilcar Cabral. The time of Nkrumah. The time of Sylvia Olympio, the time of many, many others, Gaddafi, the time of Thomas Sankara. They want to reenact the same thing. And they have been conditioning our minds to accept this nonsense. No more. You must stand tall as an African. And I want you to stand tall in your language. Ede Omunyagbare. I'm not going to tell you what that means. I'm telling you, you need to know yourself. I know who I am. Yo, banimi. Me shebo. Yo, banimi. I'm saying it. And you need to, I'm telling you, I'm going to be putting some language, some African words in there. Because that's who I am. I don't wish to claim to be European. I am African. And you cannot be demeaning me, taking my resources, and expect me to bow down. F that nonsense. F that nonsense. We need to speak up. We're not here to bow down or kowtow to anybody. And we must reject anybody coming down and talking to Africans in a condescending manner. And for this to work, it requires all of us to be committed to this task. All of us. We must walk with our held high wherever we are. Let the world know that we Africans, we now know who we are. And we are not going to accept any more injustice anywhere around the world. Because we own this world. Whether they like it or not. We own this world. For too long. If you are not going to let us be in peace on our continent, it is time we stand up and claim back what is ours on the African continent. And we must stand up collectively. So please, let us continue. The work is there for us all to do. We must start working and focusing on leaders on the African continent that are doing what is required to free Africa. Forget the other leaders. Forget Ruto. Forget Kufo. Forget Tinubu. Forget all of those leaders. They are puppets. They are in the hands of those who have enslaved Africa for over 500 years. And I say it unapologetically. Let whatever happen, let it happen. Because if we don't speak truth to power, then what are we? If we are not able to speak truth to power, then what is left? What is left? And what are we telling the coming generation? I'm not here to abuse, but I'm saying the time has come as an African that you must stand up. What do you stand for? Do you stand for fairness? Do you stand for a better Africa? Or are you going to be allowed? Are you going to allow the false religion imposed on your mind to mentally lock you into a jail that you cannot get out of? They have given you the keys to come out. We are giving you the keys to get out of that jail. We want you to be courageous enough to take those keys. Unlock yourself from the mental slavery. Like Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of it can stop all the time. And how long shall they kill our prophets? Whilst we stand aside and look, whoa. Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing this song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever hear, oh yeah, redemption song, redemption song. We must emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. And it takes each and every one of us committing to this, personally and collectively, to free ourselves. You don't see any African going around the world conquering and dominating. We believe in peace. This sign is an African sign. It is part of the Adinkra symbol. King Adinkra of Africa made this sign. It's a sign of love. That is the epitome of who we are as Africans. We believe in peace and love. But what we have been faced with in the entire world has been nothing but hate, oppression, suppression, impoverishment, exploitation, extermination. You name it. That is what we have been faced with as Africans. Time has come. We cannot look the other way. For the coming generation, we must be ready to do the needful, come what may. Look, there are 1.4 billion Africans. We have suffered long enough on that continent. There are over 1.4 billion Africans, and we have suffered long enough. Let us take corrective action. I'd like you to take this moment. I'd like you to subscribe to this platform, Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. As it says, you see that? Let me get closer. Can you see? It's on there. I'm not just talking. We have to leave this. We have to leave this truth. We cannot be hidden anywhere. Look, we all have flaws. I have flaws. There are things that were hidden for me. Many of the decisions I took before this time was taken in a situation where I was literally blinded with lies. And I do not want those same lies to blind the coming generation. I am where I am now, but I want to make sure that we give the right information to the coming generation so they can make informed decisions. The system that has been imposed on Africans by the colonials has kept all of us, all 1.4 billion Africans, in the dark. We can't accept that anymore. We can't. So, please, we need to do something. And I'm serious about it. Let me quickly show you as I go along. You won't be able to see it on YouTube, but those of you on TikTok, you will see this. I have literally done something, and I don't want to mince words. I've literally made sure that I'll just show you. The Nigerian Constitution, for example, is in. I've translated it into Yoruba language. And you can see on the screen, I've taken key sections so that for my people, for Yoruba people, they will know their rights in their local language. We want the same thing for every corner of the African continent. Every single corner. Every single corner. And it is down to you and I to make that happen. Now, how do we do that? The information I put on the screen now is on my website, www.citizenay.org. It is right there. It's on there. For Yoruba people, you can go there. I don't need your money. I need you to be awake. When you are awake and you're standing up for your rights, my job is done. Because when you stand for your rights, you will get the roads, the water, the light, the schools, the bridges, the healthcare, the safety, the security. Because you are doing the work yourself. They have conditioned us to believe that if we pray to some God in the sky, some Allah in the sky, it will miraculously give us what we need. And they have made us believe that we have nothing. Africa is the beginning and end of everything. The richest continent on the entire world. The richest continent in the entire world, bar none. They know it, but we don't know it. And they have been using that lack of knowledge to oppress us, to suppress us, to impoverish us, to create famine, to create poverty on the continent where we have everything. And we've been silent. No more. Please, I need you to sign up to this. If you have a page, if you have the opportunity as a diasporan, spread this message, share it, reach more people, start your own page, start talking about this, do research, don't be silent. And above all, wherever country you are, make it your business that your people know their rights in their local languages. End of story. Make it your business, because that is how we're going to free Africa. Knowledge. Knowledge applied with proper precision. We have to be very precise in what we're doing. We have to, because success is already here, but it requires continuous, unrelenting commitment from all of us. So, again, I've just showed you a quick synopsis of what I'm about. Please, I'd really strongly suggest that you subscribe to Citizen AY on TikTok, on YouTube. Help us grow the platform. We need your support. Thank you very much, Sandit Ntombede Mbela. Thank you for your comments on TikTok there. Let me pin that up. I really want to. I appreciate you. And please help me to grow the platform, both on YouTube, on TikTok, I'm on Instagram. I'm also on Xspace, and I'm also, please, on Circle. Go to Circle, and just again, Citizen AY. You'll see me with this logo on there. We need that support. We have to make a better Africa. Africa doesn't need any other continent. Hear me well. Listen. Africa doesn't need any other continent. They need us. And what they've been doing for 500 years to make us believe that we have nothing once they took what we have. We now must break that cycle. We must break that cycle. I am not preaching hate. I am telling us to be aware of our potential as Africans and to achieve that potential critically on the African continent. On the African continent. And every single African, you can achieve your true potential without stepping out of the continent. I kid you not. They know this. The colonials know this. They don't want you to know it. And this is why, when you hear this, when you get this message, talk to your people in your local languages. Let them know their rights. Make it your business. Make it your business. That everybody on the African continent is aware of their rights and how. And how. Oh, I see what you mean, Absalom. Oh, sorry about that, my brother. But please, continue to share this broadcast. Now, I'm going to come back and talk more about this. I would really strongly urge you to consider subscribing. And also, we welcome super chats and gifts if you're on TikTok and YouTube. So we welcome it. Please gift. You did not say Apple Brat. Oh, I see. You've been hacked. I see. Okay, fine. Somebody's trying to do that. It doesn't matter. We will continue. Please, if you can, I'd like you to consider subscribing to Citizen AY on TikTok. We'd like to get, if I can get 400 subscribers, because what we want to do, we don't want to just talk anymore. We want to make sure that we empower communities with the knowledge that they need to hold their governor to account. This is no longer about talking. African Union is not working for Africans. ECOWAS is not working for Africans. SADC is not working for Africans. None of them. They are working for the European Union that created them. And it is time, we can no longer be silent. Many of us were unaware of the wealth that we possess on the African continent. That's why many of us are in diaspora. These are the things that we're talking about. It is time to wake up. It is time we collectively begin to work together. So please, if you can, if you're able to, subscribe, give gifts, super chats, help us. And also, if you can, donate to the go to the PayPal. Go on. They have the PayPal pin on there. Give donations because the work we need to do here requires unrelenting commitment from all of us. And we will continue to bring information forward like this. But I will pause there for now. Now let's go to the business of the day. I will touch on something in Nigeria in the middle, but I want to talk about this. This great man has done it again. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me have a sip of water. The great man himself, Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore. You see behind me, he's done it again. Please tap, and share. Let us get to 50,000 likes by the time we finish this broadcast today. It's not a mean feat. And donations, if you can donate, let's give gifts. And more importantly, if you can actually go and donate to the PayPal directly. The link is there. We welcome that. And also you can get this T-shirt. This T-shirt here. What are your thoughts on it? How do you like it? What do you feel? How does it? And the beanie, together. This is 20. That's 40. If you want it, get in touch with me. We have it in various sizes: small, medium, large, XXL. All that. This is one size, and that is various sizes. You can have it. Again, there's a message behind it. The platform where we speak truth to power. This is what we stand for on this platform. We're here to enlighten and empower Africans about their rights, the powers they possess, and the infinite mineral resources beneath their feet that's been hidden from them by the colonials. It's time to wake up. It is time. UC. Let me bring my brother. I'm going to accept UC. So, welcome on board, UC. Thank you very much, my brother. I hope you can hear me. Can you all hear me loud and clear? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Thank you. So, go ahead. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you, then I'll carry on again. Go ahead. Welcome, my brother. Go ahead.
Hi, my brother. Thank you for having me. So, and it's such a pleasure being here this morning, or evening, or good day, whatever time it is at your end.
Yes.
We have to talk about what is happening to our society because education is never too much, and we have to inform the minds of our people. Many of us have been trapped into this algorithmic pattern of post-slave trauma, and we are not seeing no way out because we don't know what to do. Now, we got to control our own narrative. And therefore, in order for us to move forward, we have to educate our people. And in this process, we will realize meaningful change. As I had a discussion this morning with a brother, I said that we are the change we want to see.
Absolutely.
And what happens, the failure of today is the action of today is the failure of yesterday. Therefore, if you want to see good results, let us plant good food. Let us give good information. Let us help the young generation because we are looking for a brighter future for Africa. Africa has enormous wealth, but this wealth is being parked up by European powers. Now, we are like sitting ducks, or what they consider sheep. We are no sheep. We are human beings. Yes, we are very strong in social structure. We are very loving. We are hospitable. But this time, we understand what has happened, and it has happened for over 2,000 years. Now we are going to reverse the trend by working together, educating, establishing businesses. Stop with the religious idealism. Stop with the indoctrination. Stop with the labeling of our people. Let us people be free. We have to free our minds from all these labels. We have to free our mind from all these structures that works against us. We now have to create the system of education that will help our people to think, to look, observe, analyze, and be very much inquisitive about what is happening around them. Because if we don't know, we will never grow. So we have to start by teaching our young generation. Because what you don't plant, you will not reap. Exactly. So if we want to see something beneficial to our from our young people, let us plant the fruit of goodness. Let us plant the fruit of change. Let us plant the fruit of information.
Yes.
Let us plant the fruit of positivity. And whatsoever we input into these people, that is what we will get out. The young people are yearning for change. They're looking, they're observing, they're analyzing. And what the adults are doing. We need to step up the space. We need to work with them. We need to incorporate our women folks because they are the real, what you call revolutionaries. We need to incorporate the women folks because they will pull the man by the short collar so that we will stand for what we believe in. And we believe in one Africa. We believe in one African people. And we believe in our sovereignty. We believe in ourselves. We believe that we should teach our history. And we believe we should make our resource become our bedrock of our economy. We as a people need to stand together. Because together we stand, or divided we shall surely fall. Yes, there are coconut in the continent who are sporting black skin but white mind. We know them. We will see them for who they are, and we will deal with them. But for now, we are fixing our house. We are straightening our condition, and we are educating our young generation so that we will fight in the spirit of Sangakaro. We will fight in the spirit of Patrice Labombo. We will fight in the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah, Steve Biko, and Tangarayo, Idi Amin. We want our people to rise above the status quo of mental enslavement. We want our people to rise up and stand as a people to be counted into this world and not to be used as pawns for anybody's interest. Let us rise, my people. It is time. We have to emancipate ourselves
from mental slavery. Exactly.
None but ourselves
can
free our minds. And it is time we will make that change, and it is time for that change. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so very much, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. I salute you as ever. UC has been a friend of this platform from the beginning, and I'm so grateful for your timely interjection. And please keep that coming. We need to motivate each other. This is not about hate. I say it clearly. This is about achieving our true potential on the African continent collectively. And we can. You can feed China. You can feed Europe. You can feed US. You can feed India into Africa. And there is space left. Literally, you can. This is how huge we are. But we don't know it. So we are trying to give you that information. Let me bring somebody else on. Somebody wanted to chat as well, but I wanted to. I'll bring him on and then I'll come back. But I'm so grateful for your comments, my brother. UC, ever dependable. Please share. As you're watching, please, I would like you to subscribe to Citizen LY, give gifts, donate, welcome your suggestions and your input. We're going to talk about a bit more things in here, but it is time. So, African Predator, welcome on board. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you. Welcome on board.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome. Yes. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome.
Yeah, I like that Citizen AY platform always time.
Thank you.
Because it opens my mindset.
Wow. Thank you.
And I love it so much with all my heart.
Oh, thank you.
There is one thing that I want to illustrate concerning about the America, Europe, and the other continent. This is Africa. In Africa, from the Genesis, he used to feed America and he used to feed Europe. And the same America grabbed that what belonged to us. And America, they confirm themselves they are superpower. America is not a superpower. Europe is not a superpower. But Africa themselves, they are superpower. I believe that. Because if you go from the genesis or from the background of the Africa, those Americans used to get African people to America, Europe people come here in Africa getting why? Because they are lazy people. They are poor people. If you go to America, you find that a lot of buildings they are being built by the Africans. Why? Let's open our mindset. And this Africa, we are not not supposed to be ruled by America. Whatever thing that are going to happen here in Africa, no, you call America. America is forward. Let America stand their own. Let Africa stand their own. Let's try to run away with the white genius. These white genius came here in Africa to pollute our land. These our lands need fertilizer so that we can produce our maize. The same white genius, the same white DNA. Me, I support the President Ibrahim. Let's combine it. Let's come up with the United of Africa. Because if you come in United of Africa, ourselves, we are going to produce or manufacturing good things at our own. Okay, that's all. Because these Americans, they are busy polluting our land. These Americans, they are busy grant what is belonging to us. Have you seen?
Yes.
And me, I'm not even supporting the African going to Europe or going to America. That's where they are going to make a green pasture. It's not about that.
Oh, network. Are you there? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I think something is wrong. But go ahead. Carry on.
What is belonging to us?
Yes. Yes.
Have you seen?
Mm-hmm.
So me, I support one Africa. I support one Africa because this one Africa, we are going to make things that is going to be productive within our Africa. This white that we are impressive things that concerning about the dollar things. Sometimes me I get surprised because these whites, because our currency, my currency, if you combine to dollars, $1 costs about 25. Where is that money going? Where is that money going? If the America they are wealthy, let's remain there, America. If Europe is wealthy, let's remain there in Europe. Let's also Africa open our mindset. Not every time I'm talking about my children. You reign so that we build our own Africa. We don't need this white. We don't need this white in Africa. We don't need this. Why this time we are being controlled by the white people? What for? What for? What for? Why are being controlled by the whites? Let's stand our own. Let's belong to us. These whites are killing. These whites belong. Get what? Africa was the most wealthy continent in the whole world is Africa. The most wealthy continent is Africa. If I might mention where I am in Zambia, we are good producing copper. We are good producing gold. We are good producing zinc. A lot of minerals where I come from right now. People they are digging using a pick, not even a grader. No. Those investors that are coming, these white people investors, they are robberies. They are thieves. They are taking our money to their states. Have you seen? They are coming here to bring us a change. No, go and get a refund. No, have to go and borrow the money from United of China. Go and borrow the money from IMF. Those are robbery things. Because if you are failing to apply to give that money, they are going to grab what's belong us. Have you seen how these white people are foolish? Have you seen these white people? They are wise. They can give you something because I remember one of my chief, the way I am, he brought a bag of the money and the bag of the soil. And one of the craziest chief, he said that which would you want, money or soil? Our chief chose a soil because he knows that soil, whatever you are looking for, they come from the soil. Have you seen?
Yes.
So this President Ibrahim, me, I support President Ibrahim. No wonder I said, if me, I might have opportunity to be in a military, I know Africa, I'll stand in the top of the star, or I'll stand in the mountain, top of mountain, and give a speaker to the whole Africa to let's chase away these white genius because they are polluting our children. They are polluting our lands. They are getting what belongs to us, to America. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much, my brother. Thank you. You deserve a round of applause. Everybody, please support and follow my brother Africa Predator. And thank you for your comments there. And very well said. We must support. Yes, President is the one president in Africa. Exactly. Igwe just said President Ibrahim Traore is the #1 president in Africa now. Very, very much. And we support that. Please continue to give the platform. Consider subscribing. Please subscribe. Gift us. Help us with more people. Now, let us go into the topic proper now. Great news I have for you. Do you know that in the past few days, over 50,000 Burkinabes have decided to apply for 10,000 spaces in the military of Burkina Faso. I got this news last night. This news was passed to me last night. Over 50,000 Burkinabes have applied for space of 10,000 spaces in the military to support their people. And there's more. There's more. Now, in the specialist areas, the people who have been, who have been in there, the people who are experts in military things, their specific areas, they've up to 1,000. In fact, over almost 900 to 1,000 have applied, and in fact, more than that. So this is important for us to know as Africans. You see, you will never hear this. You will never hear this kind of information in the mainstream media. You won't. The only place you will hear this kind of information is on platforms like ours. This is why it is important that you subscribe to Citizen AY. Help us grow the platform on YouTube, on TikTok, on Xpace, Instagram, Circle. Help us, because we need to get, we are our own, this is our own information platform where we disseminate information. Again, I add, we are not preaching hate. We are preaching self-awareness to know our rights as Africans on the African continent. And nobody has the right to tell us what to think, what to eat, what to wear, how to sleep, what to do on the African continent. Nobody. And we reject any attempt by those colonials in trying to control we Africans on our continent. We are not cattle. We are not sheep. We're not chickens. We are human beings on our continent. No African is going on to Europe and telling Europeans what to do. We must flatly reject this. We need to empower ourselves. Be proud of your language. Be proud of your Kikuyu language. Be proud of your Bantu language. Be proud of your Yoruba language, your Ga language, your Asante language. All of your languages that your ancestors are speaking. Every time you speak it, you are affirming your right to that land, that continent of Africa. Your power lies in your language. Speak your language. 1 second. Somebody was trying to I'll see if I can add somebody else. I think they wanted to come on. Okay, I'll bring you back. Throw me an invite as I go along, but I might not have seen it, so do beg your pardon. Above all, as we're speaking, please subscribe to us. We welcome gifts, donate, and we will bring you up to talk. Now, so like I said, the good news is that, you see, there's a document here. I'll make it bigger for a second. You see, this is a Secretarial General Direction, the Resource Humanity, their mobilization. So they are starting a mobilization. 10,000 they were looking for. Over 50,000 people have applied. I can't necessarily give you all that information fully, but I'm giving you what I can. This means that, you see, despite what the Western press is trying to do to try and turn the people of Burkina Faso against their government, they are standing with with Ibrahim Traore. And the same thing is happening in Mali. The same thing is happening in Niger. What is more, let me give you a bit more information as much as I can. I want you to be aware of this, and please share it in that manner as well. Let's see, what information have I got here? I want to see, can I share that? I thought I had it here. Oh, beg your pardon. Didn't I not bring it there? I thought I did. 1 second. Let me just check something. Oh, anyway, doesn't matter. We also know that there are plans. Because the positions, because people of Burkina Faso are so keen to protect their government. It means that the government is not necessarily looking for people right now to join the AES. But what they're doing, they are trying to create now, the Alliance of Sahel States are trying to build their own army. So all of the states, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, they are building those armies up in each of those three great nations, and we must support them. How do we support them? Share information like this. Let the world know. Let the world know that the people of those countries are speaking up for themselves. We can no longer allow the Western press to be speaking for the people of Africa, because the Western press is doing everything to portray a negative image of Africans in their media, and we have to reject it. The Western media is engaged in propaganda against Africans on the African continent. We need to reject it. And I say that unapologetically. Please, those of you watching, you will notice that Secretary Blinken went against African Stream, and then he named them. And he named them so that he could ban African Stream from really speaking for the people of Africa, and let people of Africa be able to. Africa Stream gives Africans information so that we can make informed decisions about what news we are hearing. Do we believe it? Do we reject it? That kind of thing. And what does Blinken do? He mentions them and he closes them on YouTube, closes them on Facebook, closes them on Instagram. But not to worry. Those of you watching, make sure you're following us. Go to Circle right now. Circle is an African platform created by a Nigerian woman. Go and join Circle, CIRCO. Join them, because we ultimately need to have our own platform where we are not going to be interrupted by anybody. So, the news that I'm bringing to you is that Burkina Faso, despite all of the relentless attacks, the people are with. They are with their government. Now tell me, how many of the ECOWAS governments can guarantee that the people are supporting them? Is it in Ivory Coast? Do the people support the government of Ouattara in Ivory Coast? Do the people of Ghana support Kufo in Ghana? Do the people of Nigeria support the government in the government of Nigeria under Tinubu? Do they? Over 50,000 people, Burkinabes, have applied to join the military because they believe in Ibrahim Traore and the people and the military that is protecting them. That is the clear sign that what they are doing, what the Alliance of Sahel States is doing, is justifiably called intellectual realignment by Dr. Arika Nachombori Kwao, who has been an advocate and continues to be an advocate for all things African. We must get behind them. You know, these are the things. Okay, you see, go ahead. You want to say something? Go ahead. Can I? Go ahead.
Yeah, my brother. I love that news, because when you get a strong military support, we can support not only our interests but our brothers' interests. And I like the charter that has been signed between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. I think Niger ought to do the same thing, increase the military strength.
Because
once you have the manpower, you can protect your country at any time. Right now, Burkina Faso is struggling with the Tuaregs, who are being supported by Algeria and some other Arab states.
And the French.
These people have sophisticated weapons. And we are not stupid. These people don't pick up weapons in the desert. Somebody is supplying them. And this type of artillery is not something of old. These are new modern weapons. So we have to ensure that we know where our objectives are, and we need to fight against these infiltrators, these wanderers, these invaders, these squatters. Because after time, they're going to bed in our property and try to claim it.
Exactly.
We have lost a lot of territory right now. Let us secure and ensure that we protect what we have, so that we can formulate our strength, unify our approach, and straighten up our interests, so that we can secure our continent for our future generation.
Ashe.
Let us be the hero of today for the generation of tomorrow. We have seen what has happened for a century.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a saying that goes, if you continue to look at what is happening and do nothing, then it's going to be a cycle of your own demise. You learn from your history, correct your present, and create the condition that it will not happen in the future.
Well said. Well said.
He who forgets his history are bound to make the same mistakes in the future. So, my brothers and sisters, we can only come together once we understand the struggle, we understand the problem, and we understand the post-slave trauma and all the other traumas that come with invasion. We are the awakening generation. We are the freedom fighters. We are the liberators. And we are the revolutionaries. Let us stand together as a unit, as a people, for our common good and the goal of our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for those very, very timely words again, UC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Please let us all latch on. As you're watching, do share this broadcast. You're, of course, watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak with power. We need your support. We need to grow the platform. The key is this. Our people must know their rights in their language, in their mother tongue, on that continent to defend themselves. If they don't know their rights, they cannot stand up for those rights. Join us in that struggle. Let us go to Nature Lover. Welcome on board. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Citizen, I think you were off for a long time.
Yes.
And I want to say, how are you feeling now?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly. I had a very bad cold and I just couldn't shake it. It's much better, but I'm not fully there yet. But you know, I'm hopefully I'll be back to full strength in due course.
Yeah,
Thank
you. Will be healed.
Thank you.
Get some help from our ancestors.
Yes.
You'll be fine.
Ashe. I'll be doing that. Yes, I'm doing that already, but I'll even do more. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Go ahead. Let's hear from you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. I was very happy, like when you were saying, like the people in those people are just genius, man. Like Burkina people, I don't know. That's how these citizens they're well informed, man. Like I can't imagine, man. I just feel like I should have been there. I would just join, or I would teach my children. I would just put them in military school right there from infancy. I mean, I think that guy will do that. I think he will do that in future. That's what Burkina people will do. That definitely where they are heading towards. I believe they will do that. They will put their children in a military academy. Anybody who will go to university before you get to a high school, I think he would do that.
Exactly.
Which is very good.
It is real good.
Whether you are a woman or you are whatever, because we need that in the whole in Africa. Everybody who go through school supposed to go to military because we need that so that we can protect our resources. Even if we have a little bit knowledge about military and we don't even have the weapon, brother, we have to prepare and wait for the weapons. We don't have to wait for the weapons before training ourselves, you know.
Exactly.
Look at what Chinese are doing, bro. Chinese are always training their kids. You can see they are jumping and kicking and all that. I mean, come on, man. I mean, things are really turning. You are doing very good job. And then that kind of the information you are talking about, that's another one we need to tackle because that information, you remember they never program a human being with science or any means apart from communication. You know, so like communication is everything. Communication and military is everything. Communication, weapons, military. That's it. And if you are able to, that you see, that's why that U.S. secretary. That's
Blinken.
why he did that. He knows what he's doing. People think that is just an easy thing. Bro, that guy, by not allowing us to talk, do you know what that means? Our people will still be like, they will just keep on being ignorant and they just can go anytime and tell them any information they want and we will fight each other. You see, I mean, like, So the information environment is a key. It's a key. And
very key.
One thing you always say here, and we are always talking about, and that just came to be the proof is what the U.S. Secretary just did. You see, when we are talking about this democracy, and that Ghana guy that you always pick yesterday or something. You see, democracy, according to the way they define democracy should be free of speech.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
Freedom of speech. So if democracy is freedom of speech, and you are the one who are saying you are defending democracy, and then you are not trying to allow other people to talk, then what is that democracy?
Exactly.
Do you understand me? So why you ban the whole African continent communication lines? Why you want to ban them for? And you are telling me that these people are for democracy?
No.
I mean, you see, when we are talking, sometimes you see along the way, what you say always comes to prove itself. You know, just ask you a citizen and I, we don't have to agree. Okay, according to the definition of democracy, whether you like what I'm trying to say or you don't like what I'm trying to say, but it is my freedom to speak. You understand? So why are they banning our own? If what we are saying does not please them, that is democracy. We don't force them. They don't force us. So why banning our channel? Why? Why banning all our medias?
Exactly.
You see the hypocrisy they are talking about, and we are always talking about that these people don't have any democracy. They are just fooling us wrong. So that's just the short way I can put for now, and I will be there listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you, Nature Lover. Welcome back, and it's a pleasure. I'm so glad for your well wishes. I'm really grateful, and yeah, I'm really grateful. Yeah. And you're right. It is important that we continue to really raise awareness. African Predator, you want to say something quickly? I'm going to go to Mandinka Warrior.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And I really appreciate your platform that you built. But one thing that I want to ask you from the president of Burkina Faso, let's try to put things open, whereby if the foreigners they can join their military, so that also can apply for that.
Say that again, please. Say that again.
I said, let a Burkina Faso president put the platform clear, whereby even the foreigner country they can apply to join their military. Because like myself here where I am right now, I'm ready to join any military here in Africa. What I want is to protect what belongs to Africa.
Yeah.
And I've got one solution that I thought of. Here in Africa, let's create one language.
Okay.
Here in Africa, let's create one language.
Okay. And that's
if we can create one language, if you can create one language, which means we can manage to beat the whites. The whites came here in Africa, taught us how to speak their language. Do you know how the secret how they did? So that when we are talking, the whites they can manage to get from us the communications. Have you seen? So let's try to make our own language whereby when we are talking to Africa, no one will hear our formula. We need to create our new formula for our new generations. Our new formula that I'm talking about is to come up with one language in Africa. If you can come with one language in Africa, which means even if the whites come into us, we can manage to defeat. Me, I support Africa. Africa, we have everything. Guns, African can make a military vehicles, African can make whatever you want, can make a bombs in Africa because we have everything here in Africa. But these whites, we are around them. You know what? I blame these you big men who are problem ones because you are the one who like money things. You are the one who bring these white people here in Africa. Now we are talking, it's a new generation, us a new generation. We don't need this white. We don't need this white. Let them white go away. They are destroying ourselves. They're destroying our children. We don't like their culture. We don't like their culture. So, as African leaders, I'm appealing to you. As African leaders, I'm appealing to you. I'm appealing to you that let's come up with one formula. One formula, let's come up with one language here in Africa, not the white people, not involve the white people. One language, then we're going to fight these white people. We are tired of this nonsense that you are harassing us. If you go, I like my brother talk, whereby you talk about the Chinese guy. You see, you go to China, they are running their culture, they are running what came back, tasty. Children, if you go to China, we find that they train the children once they're too young, the military schools. After they are done the military schools, they start now going to my higher schools. So even here in Africa, let's come up with that. Let's come up with that. We train our children when they're still young, when they're graduated, they go to schools. I support the military for a Burkina Faso. It's only that myself, I don't have that opportunity. If I might have an opportunity, I can still apply there in Burkina Faso to become a military junta there in Africa, so that I can stand on the top to talk frankly to our people. We don't need you anymore here in Africa. We are tired of the nonsense. I submit.
Thank you. Here's my take. I really African Predator. Thank you so much for that. I really like the idea, and I think it's something we need to look into and see how we can actually make that work. There needs to be discussions among people who are and see how we can formulate it. However, I would only say that Africa is such a big place that I think we need to look at what our ancestors did as well, as well as what you're suggesting. You see, in the olden days, if you look at the trading routes of Africa, it went across the whole of Africa. East to west, north to south, everybody was trading. And as you got from one place to the other, the language was changing naturally. And people were able to trade among themselves. I think that has to play a part in this. And that is why you will notice that when the colonials came, they stopped the African trading routes, because that is our natural way of communication between ourselves without having one single language. And when they realized that we were able to communicate even in different languages, because as you got closer to the border, the language changed. And then we were able to understand. And then we got away from the border. Again, it got back to the majority. Then, and that is why they don't want Africans trading among Africans. We need to make sure that trading among Africans becomes something that is normal. But I don't mind that idea, and we should certainly explore it. So thank you very much, my brother, for that suggestion. Let us go to Mandinka Warrior. Welcome on board, and thanks for waiting. Thanks for waiting. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you.
Good afternoon, my brother. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. Thanks. Thank you.
Brother, you're doing amazing for Africa, and all Africa should come behind you and support you.
Thank you
for the cause that you are doing.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I just want to say a few.
Go ahead. Yeah, are you there? Something will happen. I hope he's coming back. I'll wait. I'll keep talking. Yeah, you're back. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was saying before, we are blessed as Africans. Okay, we are very blessed. Africa is a blessed country. It's a blessed continent. Okay, we have got a lot of natural resources, mineral. So Africa, we need to come together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need to come together and put Africa first.
Absolutely.
I think that's what we need to do. I know that's what Burkinabe. Okay. We have got Africa is rich.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have to develop ourselves. By doing that, we need to change our mindset.
Yep,
as
absolutely.
Africans.
Absolutely.
Okay, we need to know our rights. Okay, we need to build strong, institutions in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Africans need to wake up. No one can develop Africa but ourselves. It's only us that can develop Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, by doing that, we need to bring Africa, the interest of Africa needs to come first.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to come first. Africa needs to come first, Forget
Absolutely.
about the EU, forget about America. Let's, put our people first. Okay? That country has been looted from years and years.
Yes.
That country has been looted. And the fact that, when you look at Burkina Faso with the new leadership, and they said, you know what, enough is enough. And enough is enough, I'm sorry. Okay, and I agree with what he's trying to do in Burkina Faso, and I hope all the African leaders will look up to him and say, you know what, we're actually going to throw, you know, what you're trying to do in Burkina Faso. We need to look after our own people. But Africa also, African people need to wake up. Okay, our mindset, we need to reset our mindset because nobody will develop Africa like ourselves. So thank you so much, my brother. You do an amazing job. You know, keep you up. And I said it. I hope people will come and support you. People should come and support you and join you. Let's do this fight.
Thank you.
For better Africa. Thank you. Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mandinka Warrior. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments there, and it's a round of applause for my brother. And this is for all of us. You know, we need to really make sure that we continue to wake up on the African continent. We must stand fully on our own. We don't need anybody else. Yes, of course, you can use some work with people for Russia, for example. You can work with them, but always our interest as Africa must override and supersede any other interest on the African continent. Because if you go to Russia, Russia will put Russia first. So Africa must put Africa first on the African continent. No ifs, no buts, no excuses. That is what must happen, and we are calling for that. So well said, my brother. I'm just going to give you a bit more information about that recruitment plan. So the information, I'm being careful about what to say about things, but look, the thing is this: Burkinabes, they want the recruitment of their people first. You see what I'm saying? You see, I talked about that. You have to Russia put Russia first. Africa has to put Africa first. Burkinabe are putting Burkinabe first on the Burkinabe because that is the way they can secure and ensure that they are not taken over by the French. So they're doing that work. We need to support that. So the recruitment that they're doing, where over 50,000 are subscribed for 11,000 spaces. That's amazing. So the Burkinabe wants 10,100 rank and file soldiers and 890 technical soldiers. Those who have already applied for recruitment exceeds 50,000. Guys, round of applause for that. Let us give them a round of applause. Let's just give them a round of applause. Just that alone, I'm just blown away. See, that is the clearest sign. You know, that is the clearest sign, you know, that that people believe and they're supporting Ibrahim Traore. And I do not for 1 second believe that somebody is writing bad mistake. We're not relying on Russia. We're not relying on anybody. The gold or gold helps. Please tell us what you think about why is it that in Ghana there is a US base that Ghanaians have to go through a security test to go into certain place, and you can't even go on the base. You're not allowed to inspect the place. You are going there as a guest in your own land, but you say nothing about that. But you are focusing, oh, Russia is bad, Russia is bad. What about the over 40 bases that the US has got on African soil? What about those bases? Please tell me. Nature Lover, please tell me about yeah, can you tell us more? You are from Ghana. Please tell us about the base in US in the US base in Ghana. Please, let's hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I can tell you about that shit, man. I'm even pissed off when you mentioned that. I pissed off because that country is just not a country anymore. Even when I go outside and people start even talking, still praising Ghana. I'm from Ghana, to be honest with you, but I don't know. I just don't know, because a country whereby Kwame Nkrumah came from, and this thing happening, where I don't know what kind of human being we have today in Ghana. I tell you the truth. So military base where the president himself cannot go to the center in our own land. Okay.
Wow.
And when they are coming in from US, nobody can check them. When they are going out to back to their country,
nobody can check them.
Check them.
So they are sovereigns. So you have a sovereign operating as a sovereign in your own land, making you a slave in your own land.
Yes. When they offend you, you can rape your wife. The case is not gonna be judged in Ghana.
Use the word grape. Don't use say grape. Don't, you know.
Okay.
You can,
Sorry.
yeah, okay, go ahead. F1, not
Okay,
F1.
let me just put it like any
Yes.
crime they commit is not going to be tried in Ghana.
Wow. Wow.
So are we still having and what is even the mission of these people over there? Have you ever seen a man invite another man to be a man in his own house? I mean, like, seriously?
Wow. Somebody saying, my brother, somebody saying they refuse ocean access. Is that true? Did Ghana refuse US ocean access? Did they?
When? Just ask when.
When? Okay, 803 Roger. When?
You should bring the proof.
Bring the. I'm so glad you are here, Nature Love. I'm so glad you are here to counter that nonsense.
I mean, sometimes, you know, these people, they work everywhere. You see that guy talking, my other brother that was talking about ECOWAS. Then when that guy talk, my blood go cold.
I know. He's a good friend of mine, but I've told him on air and I've told him in the back. I said, look, we fundamentally disagree. Okay. Fundamentally, I disagree with you. Look, there's nothing you can say to me on this issue. My stance is remaining that ECOWAS is not fit for purpose and it must be dismantled. And he understands that. It's not even a debate for me. It's not, you know.
Brother, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I know you said about ECOWAS not fit for purpose.
Yes.
I had that, conversation with one of my friends last week regarding this, and I've told them ECOWAS is not fit for purpose. ECOWAS is full of old dogs. Okay, corrupt. Okay, ECOWAS needs a reform. Okay, what they do, they again listen to like the UK, the EU, and the America. Okay, so ECOWAS, I agree, they're not fit for the purpose. Okay,
thank you.
And coming back to the US bases in Ghana, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
Again, this is my opinion. It's my opinion, please, brother. I'm not dumb. It's my opinion.
No.
I know in Europe, you've got American bases in some countries, even in the UK, where I am, okay, and in Germany. Okay, are you with me, brother?
I'm with you.
Okay, so in terms of having US bases in Africa, okay, I don't have issues with it. Don't get me wrong. I don't have issues. The reason why, because Africa, we refuse to take our own security.
Yeah.
Okay, we fail to actually reform the security sector in Africa. Okay, even our own people are not even secure. I'm from the Gambia. Okay, I'm from the Gambia. Our country is not even secure. Okay, we still got ECOWAS in that country. Okay, we still have ECOWAS in that country. Nearly 10 years since Yahya Jammeh left, we still have ECOWAS. Our own military are not good enough to take over from ECOWAS. Nearly 10 years. It's a joke.
Wow.
It is a joke.
Wow.
Okay? The fact that ECOWAS are still in that country, okay, doing nothing, okay, make me sick. So that means I'm saying, Africa, we need to take our own destiny. Okay, we need to build strong institutions that will provide for Africa. Anyway, let me go. I just get annoyed when I talk about Africa because Africa is blessed. We've got everything in that continent. Okay, but we've got bad leaders that are destroying that country for their own interests. Okay, instead of putting their own people first, okay, they don't care about own people. So that's why Africa, we need to rise up. Let's look at Burkina Faso, what they're doing. Burkina Faso. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, my brother. I do apologize. Naturally, sorry to interrupt you. I am really sorry if I interrupted you. I'm really sorry. Sorry, sir. I'll be quiet.
That's okay. That's okay. We're all here to discuss.
That's fine.
Thank you. Talking. We're all talking here, and we all have. Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
The other thing, when you mention Putin, when you mention Putin, sometimes our people need to understand geopolitics. No man stand alone.
Fantastic.
Okay, definitely. Even our forefathers' time, that's why we call barter trade. When you have a cow, you can exchange a cow with a donkey. If you want donkey, you just swap. Okay, that's what they used to do. That's what they call barter trade. So, and that tells us that no man can stand alone. Okay.
Yes.
So what we are doing, what Ibrahim Traore and then the Sahel are doing with Putin is not about Putin invading them or try to also colonize Africa. That's not what they're doing.
No.
These people know exactly what they're doing. So those Africans who sit down there and listen to the Western media and then saying that, oh, we are bringing Russia to also take over the same colonization and all that. My brother, it's not the same.
No.
It is a geopolitics.
Exactly.
It's about interest. Let me tell you, when Burkina people even invite the Wagner group, they sign a contract with them. Hey, please, you take this number of gold, but you give us military weapons. Yes, that's how they go. So when their contract ends, that is it. So there's nothing like colonization there. Okay? Russia are not going to colonize us there. And if we don't also take our mineral to substitute with their weapon, right now we don't have weapons yet. We don't produce our own yet. So if you don't align yourself with them and have contract with them, how are we going to stand this situation we are in? You think these people are stupid? They are not stupid. And the Western media always telling you people that, oh, Russia is intentionally coming directly to colonize you, indirectly to colonize you. You don't know them. You don't know what. Master, something you don't know, you don't even talk about it, or you just don't believe it like that. Go deep into the contract they signed with the Sahel, signed with Russia. They never sign it like the way these people are. These people, even look at the basement they have, the military bases that they have there. What kind of contract is that? A contract that they signed for 100 years. I mean, like, and then things that they are doing is even above the terms of the contract. Okay? They are just doing things that are outside the contract.
Exactly.
Ask about the Russia. When you interact with the Russia and you sign with them, they don't do things outside the what? Outside the terms of the contract.
Exactly.
If people are talking something, you need to reason. And we Africans, that's the thing we are lacking. We just think like these people are our God, our Messiah, and they are using aids, they are using grants, they are using scholarship, they are using all these things. Go and read about how these things came by. These things are not there to help you. Can a scholarship develop your country?
No.
Can aid develop your country?
No way. Nah.
Mean, and how long have they been giving us all these things?
Exactly. Good point, my brother. Good point.
We need to think. And then when now you see what they negotiate with Russia, immediately Ibrahim Traoré met Russia a leader. The first thing he mentioned was nuclear power. And actually, they signed those things into agreement. Think about it. When we interact with the Europeans, have they ever talked about nuclear? Even some weapons are there. When they try to buy from them, they say they are not going to sell it to Africans. Go and do your research. So if they cannot sell even a weapon to us, do you think they will give us the technology to build our own nuclear weapons?
No way. No way. Never.
But this is the thing. Ibrahim Traoré and co. They are signing with these people. Okay, you can see, and they are even signed up with a satellite that will help them monitor their sky and everything that is going on in their boundaries, their borders.
Yeah.
Okay. So some people, when you come here, you are trying to say, oh, but we are going back to our another colonial master. Which colonial master? Do you know even the history about Russia in Africa?
Exactly.
Do you know the history behind Soviet Union in Africa? Go and do your search. You think the apartheid that was fought in South Africa, it's not because of Russia. Let me tell you, that whole South Africa would have been invaded by now. They would have just turned to vision.
Precisely.
And all the South Africa would have been in Uganda, or they should have been scattered them around the whole Africa.
Exactly. Thank you.
The reason why Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was powerful and was not even found alive was because of Russia.
Exactly.
Russia were behind him.
Exactly.
That guy was even providing some security to them. They even threw a bomb at that guy, and then that guy managed to move away from the bomb. Who gave him all that?
Exactly. You see? You see this? You see?
Russia. But tell me, how many Russian companies are in Ghana? Russia, even by doing all this, Russia are not even in Ghana doing anything with us.
Exactly. So this is, I hope people understand that. Well said, my brother, nature lover. Let me go to African Predator. And before I go to African Predator, let me just say one thing. I want to add more stuff to what I was talking about before. And very good point. Over 50,000 Burkinabes have applied for position for the 11,000 posts in the army. Over 50,000. That is a success. That shows the people believe in Ibrahim Traore and his governance. So we do not need any lectures from any Western media about who we are supposed to follow or who we are supposed to believe. The Western media must keep their nose and their mouth out of what is going on in AES. It is none of their business. And we have to keep telling them to keep their nose out of what is happening in the AES. Because every time the Western media speak, it's all about propaganda. We are fed up with it. Stay out of the business of what we do on the African continent. It is none of your business. You will never allow an African media to speak on any issue that the European Union is deciding. In fact, when you see Africans, the only time you will see Africans in the EU or anywhere on the EU is to sweep the floors in the offices. So keep your nose out of what we do on Africa. We don't want you to say peep. We are tired of it. We are tired of your propaganda. We know your business. Stay out. The people are speaking. The people's support of their government, over 50,000, I want everybody to please share this, over 50,000 Burkinabes have queued to join the government or join the military for almost 11,000 spaces. So you can see the enormous support of the people of Burkina Faso for their government. And yet the Western mainstream media will say, oh, the government is oppressing their people. They will come with false narrative. And this is why I'm saying to us, we can no longer trust the Western media. We can no longer trust. No African should put any trust, one iota of trust, in any news we hear from the Western media, particularly when it relates to Africa, because they turn up to down, down to up. It's all about lies. And we need to stop this nonsense. And the best way to stop is for us to start ignoring those media. Don't listen to anything they say. If you want to find real information, come to platforms like this. Because they will never tell you that 50,000 people, like I'm telling you, this is real information that I'm telling you. 50,000 Burkinabes. Of course, Decamos, they are ready to assist. You're right. And we need to make sure that this information gets out there, because this is how we build Africa. When those three get bigger, we are hearing that Togo may be joining, Chad is considering joining, and others. But we will see what's happening. But in the meantime, they have to shore up themselves. Let me give you further information. Now, they are saying the AES will soon create special force, bringing together the armies of the three countries. They are soon going to create special force, bringing together the armies of Burkina Faso, the army of Mali, and the army of Niger together. If the EU can create NATO and they use it, what business is it of the EU that AES creates an army to protect themselves? What business is it of theirs? How many Africans can say anything about NATO? We need to start using our brain. Africans, we need to stand up. We must reject any interference in anything we do on the African continent. We must totally reject it. So that information that we're having, we will bring you more information as and when we get it. Those of you that want to support or want to join the military in the AES, they have to do it in a systematic way. The best thing you can do right now is to share information and be close to people and let them, when the time comes for those things that you're trying to do, that is going to have to be an Africa-wide thing. Yes, shame onto ECOWAS and EU leader, ECOWAS and EU leaders. Shame on them. Let us hear from African Predator. Then I'll bring in Observer MFI. Go ahead, African Predator. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And there is one thing also I come up with these leaders, especially in Africa. According to my understanding, let's sit down as the leaders for Africa. Let's all terminate all alliances they made with foreign countries. This thing they can be settled down for 10 years right now. Because now we are all the time we are begging these whites. You are talking about the guns. You know what?
the copper bullet that they are using, like mine, they are coming from Africa, but the death stamp is from UK. Why? They are using a copper bullet, but the copper bullet is coming from my country here in Zambia, Mupepetwe, but the brand is written UK.
Wow.
Now this foolishness, these white people.
Wow. Wow.
So I'm appealing to these readers. Let them sit down and cross over all the alliances which they made with a foreign country outside the Africas. The contract that they made, no, we are going to give you so much. Let's clear all the bills for the whites. Where I come from, so that we have lack of opportunity to talk in the platform, especially those high medias, we are not given the chance to talk like that. But if the platform like this one you brought to me, I've got free to talk because me, I'm standing for Africa and I'm not going anywhere. I will remain Africa.
And
from the beginning, here in Africa, we didn't have a competition for a money things here in Africa. We used to keep kettles, we used to enjoy our life here in Africa. So because of these white, you around them, you big men, you big old men, you around the white people to come here in Africa. If you come to my country where I am right now, these white people now, they are allowed to buy a big land, a hectares of the land. The white people, why? What the fish is that now? What the fish is that now? The whites starting buying our land here in Africa. Next time we just hear that these white, they bought the whole Africa. Have you seen? Have you seen now? Have you seen? So, me, I support the President Ibrahima. President Ibrahim, may God bless you so much. I know that they are planning also to cook or to kill like what he did to Gaddafi. That guy is very intelligent. He's planning. I know these these people, they are foolish people. White people, they are planning to kill like the way he did to Gaddafi.
Yeah, let's say on a live. Say my brother, say on a live. Don't use that word. Don't use KILL because TikTok may bring us down. Say on a live. Say on a live. I type F1 because if you say the word KILL, they will bring it down. I hear you though, but I agree with you. Okay, my brother. Can you hear me? The African Predator.
Hello, okay.
Thank you.
That's one thing that I can appealing to the African leaders. Let's terminate the contract they made with the whites, they made with China, they made with Europe, they made with the America, because that thing that's made us to be slaves to the white people. We are a slave to them. We are a slave for all the time. We are begging. We are begging.
Can I respond to him, please?
1 second.
To create the
Mandika, 1 second.
AK-47.
Yes.
You are not allowed to make AK-47 here in Africa.
What?
Or AK-47
hold on.
bought from Russia.
Hold on.
Bought from America.
Hold on.
From different countries.
Hold on. African Predator. Are you saying that we are not allowed to make our own weapons in Africa? Is that what you just said?
That's all. Because we are under the white people. You can't manufacture your own guns. Always tell me that from UK, from what and what.
So hold on. So you don't use the word. Say you cannot. You say pew pew. Don't use the word GUN. Say pew pew. Because they will when you use that word they will ban us. But so we cannot make our own weapons. We're not allowed to make our own weapons.
Have you seen now? I'm talking flank to you, but you are saying that you're going to ban us. This is the media. I know this media is being created by the white people, but be sharp in mindset. These people, they became slaves to there because of that media that you are busy impressing them. Me, I'm not. I'm different person. I'm different, and I'm different one. But I'm talking the flank to the world. I'm not scared of that. I'm not scared to die. Even right now, can come and shoot me. I'll go deep 6 feet. They'll bury me. I don't care about that. I don't care. But what I'm caring to stand for my Africa. I'm crying for my Africa, which is, I'm fighting what's belong to me, what's belong to my future generations. I'm still young. I'm just attaining 25 years old.
Wow.
I'm still going far away in my life.
Yeah.
I'm not scared about.
Okay.
Well, you know that me, I got a gun for if we left my grandfather. Left my grandfather. I always look at the brands. Why this gun is written UK? Why for?
Mm.
Brands. If I might be home,
Yeah.
I'm in short, you believe that?
Yeah.
If I was at home, this is what I'm at work. I might scream. You see this gun? It's written what? UK.
Yeah.
Have you seen this bullet? Is UK written what? UK. Bullet is written UK. Copper bullet. Have you seen?
Can I help you, please?
Okay.
Come on.
Thank you, African people. 1 second. Mandika,
Mandika,
1 second. Let me just say this. African Predator, thank you so much. And I can see the passion with which you say this. It is very important. We need to understand what he said there is very important. On the African continent, these colonials are telling us we cannot even make our own weapons. We are not allowed to make our own weapons. I want us all to think about that for 1 minute. On the African continent, those who came to colonize our land are telling us we cannot. And even those weapons, they name them made in the UK, or the what they use inside them is made in the UK, even though the materials come from Africa. Can you see the psychology behind what is going on? I hope you're all seeing that. African Predator, thank you so much. This is really important information that we need to be aware of. I'll come back to you. Let me just quickly hear from Mandika Warrior. Please hold that. Go ahead.
Quick one.
Go ahead. Then I'll go to May Sabe. Go ahead.
I can see his frustration. Yes, every African feel, how the pain he's in. But let's look at the bigger picture. Brother, let's look at the bigger picture. All this is happening to us in Africa is due to having poor leadership. It's to do with our leaders. I'm sorry, I'm not going to come to your home, brother, in Africa and try to take over you until you do this. Would you allow me to do that?
No way.
You're not going to allow me to do that. Okay? I'm sorry, but that's why I said Africa, we need to look at ourselves. Okay? All these issues that we're having is because we allow all this to happen to us in our continent. For million years, we have been looted. Okay? Because we had poor leadership. Our leaders don't care about us. Okay, that's why I said it's about time we look after ourselves. Africa first.
That is why
Africa first.
That is why we're saying we must support Ibrahim Traore as Semigonda General Chani of AES. We have to support them with everything we got. We must.
Exactly. Because all this happening to Africa because we allow it to happen to us. I'm sorry, we allow this to happen.
But now we have to focus on these people now. They are doing what is needed to stop it, and we must support them. But I hear you loud and clear.
Exactly. And so that's the solution.
Yes.
That is a solution.
Thank you.
That's the solution. And African people need to wake up. They need to know their rights.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Well said. These are really powerful points. May Sabe, please welcome. Then I'll go to Splain. May Sabe, go ahead. Thank you.
And some people actually unmute themselves, so it makes the whole thing awkward.
Okay.
Those who are hoping maybe they should be mindful.
Yes. I'm out. Thank you so much.
To add to the guy who was saying that we lack leadership, yes, of course. I'm just trying to add to what he said. We are lacking leadership, all right, but we should also be aware of the trend that is going on. Anytime Africans get good leader, they will come and unalive the person. They are doing that just right now. They are doing everything to emulate this Ibrahim Traore, and we are all watching. When they are doing it, they don't do it outside us. They use our own. So that education should go out there for people to know that these people are always influencing. They actually sit, and I'm thinking probably they make about 50 years plan to ensure that we don't get good leaders. Because without us, we can never survive. So what they are doing it for their survival. And that it's impoverishing us, and history is repeating itself over and over and over. Now, what can we do to resolve it? Some of the things that we can do is what Ibrahim Traore is doing. But I'm begging you, some of the things that they are doing, please, let it be in a closet. Like I heard you, that's why I was listening to you behind the scene. But when I heard you saying that, this is the next step, I'm begging. Anything that they are planning, let us hide it, because they don't disclose theirs to us. They got their G7, G20, and I know it's all about Africa. They can't survive without us because they got nothing. And they are doing all those things constantly, constantly. And then also the strategy they use, we have to also be highlighting to the next generation. I must be aware, but the upcoming generation that is coming might not be aware. So they get these influences so easily. Somebody will say, why are you allowing yourself to be influenced? Of course, it's a cycle. They impoverish people. And when they impoverish and they bring millions in front of you, it might be in their currency nothing, but they know what they want to achieve. It can easily entice people. So we should educate and conscientize people over and over and over so that people will get educated. I'm done.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, my sister. Thank you so much. What you said there is so important. And everybody, please let us key in. I'm following you, Minister Bay. You are so right. There's a psychology about things. The only thing I would just say in terms of the information I gave out, believe you me, I got clearance before I did that, and there's a reason. But we can't. There's a reason why they want that information out. There's a reason why. But I hear you. But there are certain things I would definitely not be mentioning if I came across it. Not that I know, but that's information that I've been told that needs to be out there to make people understand that people are behind. And the reason why they get information out is that they want the people to understand that there are Africans that are in support. A lot of Africans are in support of their governance. And a lot of the media, the Western media, always say that those governments don't have support. So they had to put that out there to give information about the number of people and that kind of thing. But they're not giving us specifics. That's why you won't hear me go into specifics and nitty-gritty. But you're right, we have to be very, very savvy. So, May Sebe, thank you so much for that. And this is something we should all be aware of. And this idea of money, like you said, she said something that we should remember. She said, the word she said was that they will give you money that you think is a lot of money, but it is worthless paper in their eyes because they want to achieve an aim. So those of you who are willing to join them and collect money, that money is worthless because the money, you can't even use that money in your country. The only way you can use that money is in their country. And once it's in their country, they are in control. These are things that we have to be aware of, and we have to teach our children about that because we have to be aware, and we need to make sure the coming generation is aware. So wow, thank you so much. Let me give you a round of applause again. I know you've left. Yes, keep it short. I need to go to Splend, and then I'll go to Commonwealth. But go ahead, quickly. Go ahead.
I wanted to chip in something to support on your point you are making.
Yes.
Just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to give everybody that is here what the Indians did.
Okay.
Just a short, very short.
Okay.
The money.
Okay.
When the Europeans moved to America, the beginning, they went and met the chiefs of the Native Americans. Do you know what the Native Americans told them? They sent with the same paper, what is called money. The Native chief of America said that, ask them, so you want us to give you our land and then you give us that paper. Is that right? They say yes. Now, the guy said, okay, I want to send you some examples. And he asked them to put a fire. He put the paper, the money in the fire, and the money got burnt. And he said, okay, can you put the land in the fire and let it burn and I see?
Wow, I like that. I really like that.
And the last one, do you know what he did?
Go ahead.
He said they cannot burn the land. Then he asked them again, okay, put the fire again. They put the fire and he fed the soil with his hand. And he tells them that, how much is the money that you put in the fire? They said $20. And then he gives them the soil in his hand and tells them that how much is that one? They cannot count the soil.
Wow. Thank you.
That's what I just asked.
Wow.
Those Africans who be born with that paper,
yes.
I just want to chip in this so that it's a food of thought.
It is.
For people to think twice.
Yes. It's so true.
Why that Indian chief did that? Why did he do that? And after they did that, you know what they did? The last what they did was, that was the time they said that this Indian chief they are very smart people. So they now went and brought the fight. That's how they conquer America. I'm telling you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you for that. Thank you, Nature Lover. And you see, again, I'm so glad that you raised that. This is very important. You see, can you see what they did there? They gave paper, and it's worth a lot of money. It's bond, but they cannot bond the land. And that land is, which means the land is more valuable than any paper. And that's a less message for us all. Those of you that believe, I've got a lot of money. You haven't. It is not worth the land. It can never be worth the land that you have underneath your feet. Because that land is more bigger, literally and physically. Let's keep that in mind. Let's go to Splain. Welcome on board, Splain. Thank you for waiting. Let's hear from you. What would you like to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for bringing me up. Just with the whole pew pew thing. So I was watching Ibrahim. It was probably maybe like a month ago or so, and he was saying that if his supposed allies didn't want to supply him with what he needed to defend his people, then he was not going to be making any resource deals with them. And I strongly believe that's the way he's got to go. Like, I really love the way he's doing things. And then the other part is the G7 countries, like our countries, I don't think that they give a rat's behind what happens to the actual citizens of Africa. I think what they're after, they know that they can't survive without your resources because, for instance, lithium mining, when done incorrectly, is extremely toxic to the environment, the land, all the animals, birds can't fly over it, everything dies around it. So they don't want to devastate their own lands. They want to go over and devastate your land and take your resources. They don't give a crap about humans at all. That's all. And I live in one of those countries, but that's how our government is. And I truly don't think it's just a race issue anymore, because our countries are too mixed, right? And our governments are mixed. It really is, in my opinion, a territory issue. And I think it's just awful people running our countries. It's just awful people. That's all I got to add.
Wow. Thank you very much, Splain. That is sobering, and it is deeply painful. It is deeply. I'm so glad you're saying that. This Splain is a great friend. She's she's joined us from Canada, and she's a farmer, and she's telling us what is really happening. They would rather allow our soil to be poisoned, our people to be harmed. They don't care. It's about profit for them, and this is why we need to resist them. This is why those governments have to be resisted, and we do. People like Splain and others, please raise that awareness in your community. Tell them that they must not do this in your name. And we in Africa, we're going to be pushing them out. And that's why we're supporting Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, General Chiani. We're supporting them because if you can come into other people's land, you don't have the right over the resources, and you are doing this to their land, knowing full well that the coming generation will be harmed. This is unacceptable. But thank you. It's so sobering, and it's when you hear something and it's painful, this is really painful. But we need to hear it, and because that way it actually gets us to take the action we need to take on the African continent now. Let us go to Cromwell. Then I'll bring in somebody who wanted to come in. Cromwell, go ahead. Cromwell Street, something. Cromwell, you've been waiting. Yeah, go ahead, please. Let's hear from you. Thank you for waiting.
West Travels.
Okay. Greetings, my brother. Cromwell Travels.
Thank you very much, citizen. Let me reduce my volume. I've been following you for a while now, like I think since 2 years.
Wow.
I never knew you on TikTok now, so I've been following you since my good diary.
Yes, thank you.
You should know that I'm
yes.
I'm your long-time follower. Now,
thank you.
Let's talk about Africa, because I always like a topic. Let's talk about Africa, because here is all about Africa. Now, they want to tell us about democracy because that's a card. I know Ibrahim Traore has defeated them. They don't have anything to talk about democracy, because democracy is all about the people, right? Now we are talking about democracy.
Yes.
Ibrahim Traore has beaten them to their own card because the people, this is what they want. And you can't tell me that you can give.
If somebody's behind you, there's somebody behind you. Could you move you to a different location? It's kind of noisy. I want to be able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so they can't tell us that they are running a system. They are running a democratic system of government. They believe democratic system of government which they are trying to tell us that, oh, that's the reason they don't want him there, this, that. Why the people say this is what they want? And what civilian rulers were not able to do for a very long time, this man is fixing them up. The people who are coming from the Sahel to disturb the citizens of the country, this man is combating them. So what did you even want as a citizen?
Oh, your network.
And this is it.
Yeah. Your network is coming and going. I get what you're saying, and you're right.
We all know.
Go ahead. Go on.
And there is something this generation of Africans must know. Even people like you are supposed to be protected. And yet, opening to next week, then will become adults. What's going on? That's ignorant. Yeah. In Africa. So, to be honest, everybody, if you are an African, you must rally around these three guys. Because if these three guys, if we make any mistake, in fact, more should join them. So they should be kicked out permanently. If they want to become allies, they should come to the round table again. If they want to become an ally, they should come to this round table. They are afraid of these young people. In fact, this Ibrahim Traore, they know is a Gen Z, so they are afraid of him. If they're interested, left for me, I will want all their embassy to leave Africa and go back to where they are from. All their embassy should leave. They should go back. Now we are in computer age. We don't need their embassy. Everybody should work from their country. After all, you see what they are trying to do. They said from next year, they will not be doing visa thing. So what is the embassy doing in our country? To steal? To give information to report?
Good question.
Report the wrong news to their country, to tell them the wrong things, to come and how to come and kill us, how to come and infiltrate our election process, how to put wrong leaders there. No, they should go back. They should go back to their country, because they are the one who is reporting to their country what needs to be done, how to go about it, and all kind of information that will destroy our continent. I tell you, if we have 5 Ibrahim Traore, in fact, if we have another Ibrahim Traore, Africa will be liberated. Let me tell you the truth. Evil leaders in Africa who came as democratic leaders, they will run away. And when they run away and they come to the West, guess what? They will become Uber drivers, they will become farmers and some southern petty jobs. They are not going to give you, they will remind you that look at some of our African leaders who left Africa, who ran away from their people because of one thing or the other. Go and look the way they are living. They are seeking they are under asylum. Is that not a shame? The same people who put you in that condition, you are not hated by your people. So we need to support this man. We need to support this man. We need to support this man and make sure he's protected fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I'll meet you there. So thank you very much, my brother. Let me give you a round of applause for that as well. No, these are the youths. I see quite a few youths speaking now, and this is what we want to hear. We need this support to get behind, morally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, in all ways, and get out there and be the mouthpiece for this generation, for Ibrahim Traore, for Assimi Goïta, for General Chiani. You have to be the mouthpiece and support them. And of course, we do need support in the Western world to create awareness of what the Western powers are doing in the name of people like Splain who are from Canada. And we have to put pressure that your government is no longer allowed to do this, that they cannot do this in your name. So we need both sides to be working. But most important in Africa, let us support Alliance of Sahel States. Let's support them. Let me go to J. Camos. You've been waiting for a while. Thank you very much for waiting. What would you like to say? Thank you very much. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. Good afternoon from London.
Good afternoon. Great to hear from you.
I'm from Venezuela. Not from Venezuela.
Yes, okay.
I just want to say, look, It's very simple. The West, or what we call the West, are just a bunch of racist criminals. They don't give a shit about anything to do with we have to say if you win an election legally or not. They don't give a fuck about it as long as you are going to give them the shit they need, which is everything to make money. At the end of the day, it's all about money. It's all about greediness. It's all about them knowing they are really poor and they want to keep their status as a pimp of the world by exploiting everything that we have. We are the real rich people of this fucking planet. Africans and South Americans have it all. And one thing they are very cleverly doing is separating all of us in a way that you see, for example, there is no direct flights between Africa and Brazil, just to give you an example. If you want to travel to Brazil, you have to go through France or England or whatever the fuck it is that you have to go to get there. These idiots are really cleverly doing as much as they can, and nothing is a coincidence. Drugs, criminality, terrorism, whatever the fuck it is, to sabotage your scene, they are into it. There is nobody else behind that. And even the baseball caps that our boys are wearing, that our kids are wearing, these shit are used to brainwash people, you know. African people and Latin American people giving children English names and this and that. Famous people names that most times are English names. This thing we need to basically start telling our people that this is not fun, man. We are selling out every time we choose a baseball cap and to call ourselves Michael, you know? It's no Michael shit in Africa, you understand what I mean? And there is no Michael scene in South America, you know? So really, the Sahel area is full of minerals. It's rich beyond our imagination. And for us to not even think that we are it's crazy. Because that's what they want. They want us to think we are the poor ones and they are the rich ones, and we have to go to them because they are the rich people. No, they are the poor ones and they depend on us. And that's why the craziness they have right now is all desperation. Because right now politics in these countries are becoming something that is not even like before. Before they at least hide the scene. But now it's not even hiding anything. It's blatantly on the face, and there is no more statements like in the past. You know that those guys were real politicians and they know they play their games in a different way. Now we have TikTok politicians all over the place, people full of shit. They have no idea of history. They themselves have been brainwashed from history. They don't know anything about history and they think it's cool everything that goes on. And I think it's very important that we all understand that our history and history is very important to keep talking to our children and for us to keep reading and finding our history, because these idiots thrive on that, you know. I recently was told by an Afro-Venezuelan friend of mine that just walked from Venezuela to the US. He walked on foot there, you know. He walked from South America to the USA on foot. And he was telling me after a couple of weeks ago, he just been there for like 6 months. He been telling me, Williams, man, why do we have to keep thinking like before? You know, we have to stop, man. These people are really cool. You have to come here and see what they do and this and that. And you know, and me, I say, bro, these people, they enslave us. They fucked us already, you know. Why you gonna keep thinking like that, man? Forget that. That was a long time ago. You know? And this kind of mentality is the mentality we have to fight in our children, in our neighbors, in our whoever it is that comes or walks past us talking like that. We have to confront it without fear, because it's our future where it's at stake. It's not us now. It's our future now, and our kids and the kids of our kids, and we are now in a moment. carried away, but we are now in a historical moment in which we can take advantage of the situation to establish our freedom for the future. But we must be very careful with our kids because they are really confused. The music and everything is imperialism, cultural imperialism, hip hop and all these things. We need to be careful, man. We need to defend our sins. We need to be aware that everything, there is no coincidences at all in anything that happens that attracts us towards them people. And that's it, basically. All they want is to rob us. And that's it, simple. It's as simple as that. It's very simple. And we must be, as I say to my brother, my Venezuelan friend, don't forget, we are the rich people. They are the poor people. And as long as you keep thinking they are the rich and we are the poor, we are fucked up. We need to accept and look at them as the poor people. We are the rich people. They are doing everything they do because of us, because of our resources. They don't have fuck all in those lands, and I live in England. I live here. There is not even the water you can drink in here. Okay, you open the tap, you boil that water, you let the water dry, and you see unbelievable stuff. So basically, people they don't even have fresh water to drink, And when the winter comes, nothing grows. So these populations, they believe themselves to be superior, but they are not superior for all in anywhere because they took what they could take in the beginning of the taking land on the earth. They took the worst land in the earth because the weak ones have to run north and hide in the snow and the cold when nobody wants to go there. And that's the lands they have. The weak man has the worst land in the earth. The strong man has the best land on the earth. And that's it. And that's human history, migrations of humanity and this and that. Why would a strong human go to live in the North Pole? You understand what I mean? So it's like we have to change the mentality of seeing them as a strong, intelligent, rich people because it's completely the opposite to everything. We are the strong people. We are actually the real humans, and we are actually the ones that have the whole shit for them. They descend even from us, and it's like they are our children, and they are fucking us with ungrateful stuff, Simple and that's it basically. I don't have anything else to say, but it's just to mention that I'm from Venezuela.
Yes.
There is a lot of black people in Venezuela, millions. Still, we support the current government, but still, these guys are good, but still we are invisible. We are still invisible, and this is something that is for the future. Right now, we support the current government because it's the lesser evil. They are really trying to do something, but it's not easy. It's not an easy thing because Babylon don't want nothing. Don't want no black man in no power in the American continent. And you see, Brazil is a country that has 54% of the population is African. You still don't have no black president in Brazil. And this is something that we have to understand, that they are just basically hiding us, our history, dividing us, and keeping us under the carpet. But we must come under the carpet right now because the conditions are right now. The Russians and the Chinese are basically our guarantee of freedom. The day they defeat the Russians and the Chinese, these idiots will bring back slavery again. You can bet on that. We can be slaves again if they defeat the Russians and the Chinese. And they're not pro-Russian, not pro-Chinese, and just we want to be free, we want to be, in a harmonious world.
Yes. Thank you. Wow. Jikamos, my brother. Wow. Jikamos.
Jikamos means drums.
Drums. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The picture is my drums. Those are my drums.
I'm with you.
I'm a percussionist. I study African percussion in Latin America.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You said a lot.
Bless you, man.
Thank you. And I'm so glad we're following each other.
Please keep talking. Keep talking.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bless you.
Ashe. Thank you. Wow. Ashe. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, my brother. Yes, I am in awe. Everything he said is correct. He walked from the person walked from Venezuela to US. And look, there's so much information, but so much is being hidden from us. He talked about the fact that they're making us have to go to Europe before we go to Brazil. All of it to keep us divided. Look, this is information. This is real information that's hidden from all of us. Let us get behind Ibrahim Traore. You can see the wealth that we have. The words he said, we are the rich people, they are the poor people. These are real facts that we need to be teaching our children. And that's why I do programs like this. Please take this on board. Let us take collective action to free ourselves. We don't need to be afraid of these people who have lied to us. We need to confront them and take our rightful position within our continent. Let me go to Christine and Joseph. Catherine, you've been waiting for a minute. Thank you for waiting. Let's hear from you. What would you like to say? Go ahead.
Thank you, Citizen AY, for the wonderful work that you've been doing relentlessly, tirelessly.
Thank you.
You've been so wonderful. And Jacamos, no.
Jicamos.
Was it Hakamos?
Hikamos.
It's just wonderful.
Hikamos.
Yeah, Hikamos, wonderful. I have my best friend is from Venezuela, and I can absolutely hear you. And I'm really happy that people from that area are adding their voice to this movement, because there is power in numbers. The reason that this the leaders, people who had voices for us in the past, were all taken out is that there were just few of them. There was no huge number. This time, people like Ibrahim Chohero and all of that, they have numbers. And look, this time there will be no chance for any defeat, because there's so much people and so much eyes have been opened. And like you said, it's all about waking up, creating the awareness, telling ourselves, and let's not do it anymore with anger, let's not give them anymore that what they want to see. Let's be the ones doing the actions now, because for a very long time we wait for the actions to come from them, and we just criticize and we get angry, we give them what they want, they use that against us, and they take good people out. So no anger, no whatever, but action, and that's what is happening with these leaders. And I'm so delighted. The numbers that are coming are so important. This is an age of truth, the age of revelation, the age of eye-opening. The numbers are important. The awareness needs to go wide. Those people who are in the same shoe, from Venezuela, from Mauritius, from Brazil, from every of the minorities that have been labeled and isolated because of their resources, is for these people is survival of the fittest. For them, they have always known this game from the beginning, but we have never known this game because we're busy with religion, we're busy with culture and respect, and respect, and unnecessary humility, low self-esteem, and waiting for them to act, and then we just react, and then we do damage control and we do prevention. But we are not creating, we are not researching, we are not empowering, we are not showing our power and our strength in what we can deliver. We have to be way ahead. So I'm proud of the African men. I'm proud of the men and the women that are rising up, not just by talking or showing anger, but acting. You have to act. You have to go and check the resources yourself. You have to have your engineers go to your ground themselves. You have to be the one telling the stories. You have to be the one acting and let them do the damage control, not us waiting for them to act and then we do the damage control. Then we run and go back to the countries where actually every resources and everything they have that we are running to, we're actually taking from us. So honestly, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We have a blame to take in that. But thank God that we are waking up and we have numbers, and we need to expand that number, because when the numbers keep increasing, it will be impossible to defeat the continent of Africa, Venezuela, and all the other people that we can relate with each other, from the exploitation, from the isolation, from the labeling us as poor, as dumb, as smart people, as people who have no value, as people who cannot create. We have to prove that we can create. We have to prove that we can do better by showing them our strength in what we can really deliver. So I'm delighted, and we have to keep this going. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, my sister. Thank you. And it's always a pleasure to have you on the platform, because you really go. What you see, what I like, Catherine, what I like about you is that you don't spare us from our blame, our share of the blame, and we have to be. That is what is called self-analysis. When we are able to do a proper self-analysis, yes, sure, these things happen. Yes, sure, they're doing it. But now when we start analyzing ourselves, the minute you start analyzing yourself, you are solving your problem, because you are admitting that, okay, because of those things happen, now I understand that I have a share of blame in this. I'm taking the responsibility by taking action. And it's important for us to do critical self-analysis. Because that way it propels us forward. Because Ibrahim Traore, he did a critical self-analysis. Before he was in the army, when he grew up, he grew up in a poor family. He saw his dad work. His dad was in the army. And then he saw what happened. Then when he saw that his land was taken over, he wanted to change things. He studied what was going on. And he said, right, I want to make sure that we have a better future. So he analyzed himself. He analyzed his people. He analyzed what was going on. And now he's putting action in place. And those actions are having not just amazing effect in Burkina Faso, but in the whole of Africa. So we need that critical self-analysis. We shouldn't be allowed, and this is why I'm saying, every African, please throw out of your mind anything ever written by the media or the Western media about who you are. It is all a pack of lies. Analyze yourself. Go and do research. Find out who you truly are. Connect with your ancestors. Now you can build from there. Because if you build on their lies, you will never succeed. Because the media and everything that they've pumped into our brain has been a pack of lies. And we need to wake up from that. So thank you, Catherine. I'm really glad you said that. And let us be very, very self-critical. But of course, the reason why we are being self-critical, we must be self-critical is because we need to propel ourselves forward, to jettison the bad things they put in our psyche, and then move forward with the good things that we are naturally endowed with. Thank you so much for that. Let us go to Loverman, something more chattel, something. I hope I'm saying it right. Let's hear from you. What would you like to say? Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
What would you like to say? Go ahead. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, thanks very much, my brother. What would you like to say? Go ahead. Yeah, thanks very much.
Oh. Can you mute yourself for a second? 1 second. Okay. Okay, let's try now.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much, AY. Okay.
Oh, you know what? Can you go off and come back? Because I think it's all locked off.
Okay.
I'll disconnect you and bring you back up. Sorry about that. Okay, let's quickly, before it comes back, let's go to Isaac Bennett. Then we'll go to G8 Africa. Isaac Bennett, let's hear from you. What would you like to say? I'm probably, because there's a lot of people speaking, let's hear from you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Bless you, brother.
Greetings.
It's a pleasure
Greetings.
being
Greetings.
with you
Thank you.
the first time.
Thank you.
And regarding our continent and all the issues that is going on and our global affair, it's just a pleasure to be a part of it, to see the change and the aspiration and the work that have been going on to bring about our change globally.
Mhm.
Now, I'm Jamaican by origin and I base UK. And for many years, my heart cry for our continent. I went through so much of our history and I see the journey of our people. And I know that this time would come, and I know that this time must come. And I want to say to us that this time is the beginning of our time.
Ashe.
Now,
Ashe.
many years ago, I had some conversation. We were going through global politics and what was happening in the world. And I realized from that standpoint the point for Africa resurgency, for Africa resurrection, for Africa to go back into its heyday and its beauty. Because of all the global continental landscape, we were at the lowest. And we remain the lowest and would have been the only continent that need to resurrect to its beauty. Now, I believe one of our biggest problems is us recognizing who we are as a people globally. That global oneness. And when you look at that global oneness, I want to draw an example. If an American is anywhere in the world apart from America, and the day that American election is held, he can cast his vote. Now, if a British in anywhere in the world and there's a conflict, British or Britain will call their national back to their country or they will send for them. No, as a people of our continent, we don't have a collective unity whereby we can say, okay, send for those guys, they're in trouble, or go reach those guys, they are in trouble, etc. We don't have it on an economical level, and we don't have it on a political level. Now, the effort that is being done, which I must, applaud greatly in Sahel, is an example of what is required on the continent. And it can be achieved peacefully. But the leaders of the continent need to understand the time that we are in. It's not about the political politics, the policies that exist from ancient time. It's about the approach, physical approach by government, external forces to the continent, which is one of the greatest threats to the continent resurrecting from where it had fallen. And so when I say it's not about the policy, I mean it's the action that is required. Because you have to have action before you put it into policy. You have to act. So are they willing to act to leverage the economic resource to build the continent collectively? Are they ready to act, to reason as brothers across the continent to say, well, this is our continent, this is what must be done, and have one comprehensive policy that can support our continent and lift our people out of the state from where it is? And since the Sahel had taken this approach and it had awakened many minds, then it should be able to draw our leaders together.
This should not create a division, because the motive, the action, and the application taken had proven to be something of substance, of value, and sincerity for the good of the people. To that effect, if all the countries' citizens take that page and write it into their book, and all the countries take that book and make it one book for our continent, Africa will not take long to be free. It's the mental effect or the mental approach that is the obstructive element to the deliverance of our continent. I think I will rest with that.
Thank you so much. That is so eloquently put. Even though we are waxing in English and all that, but it's the intent and the passion that I'm really communicating here. I almost feel that we are almost speaking, and not even in English. You know, we are speaking at a level of intellectual connection, spiritual connection, and that is really more important than just a language. And I'm really grateful for your contributions here. And I hope many people are hearing what you said. It is really important. You see, it's about the action. I wrote something down. You said action is required. Act. When you now act, now we can now put the policy behind that action. And that is what we're trying to, make sure we put in place. It is really important that we took those actions. And we have to support and applaud. I applaud Ibrahim Traore, Assimi General Chani, because they have now created a platform that has allowed Africans to, for the first time, to now see greatness within us. Because when we see the greatness in these great leaders, it's like reflecting, it's a mirror that is reflecting back our greatness within each and every one of us as Africans, and making us know we can and must do this. And I'm so grateful for your comments, my brother Isaac Bennett. Thank you so much for that. Let us go to the next person, GH Africa. Thank you so much. And I again clap for my brother here. GH Africa, let's hear from you. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you, GH Africa. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters.
Greetings.
This is my first time, but I've been at the corner always listening to you.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm from Ghana.
Oh.
And my heart is bleeding every day.
I'm
an independent child, but I cry every day because all my raw materials from my country is being taken away, and the children in Ghana are not getting job to do. I want this to be stopped. And if we can stop this, Africa has to do away with democracy, because democracy is corruption, total corruption. They brought this and religion. They brought this and religion to loot African mineral resources, because the mineral resources remain in the world about 40% now. All is in Africa, and they want it, and they have said it already. So our ECOWAS puppets have to they have to take them away. They have to take them away, because we don't need puppets in our area now. Because now it's a liberation to get our own minerals to our people. Every mineral it don't have to go out. We need every mineral in Africa. You see, we need every mineral in Africa. And Africa, we have about 11,000 something, the whole world, 11,000 something mineral resources. Only in my country, Ghana, we have over 5,000. Last week ago, we found a new mineral. And they are coming to take it away, and we will get 10%. That's what I cry for. You see, 10% is coconut money. This is what the Liberia, what this woman, this lady, the president's wife, was telling the Europeans.
Yes.
You know, one thing, the Norway minister, he was talking somewhere, and he said, they have oil. And the corporations came to them, and he told them that if they want to take that oil, they will pay 78% taxes. They said, oh, no, all of them flew away. In about 2-3 months, they came back. And now they are digging that oil, and Norway is a rich country. Why in Africa, our leaders cannot put their lens down and say, no, it's enough. You see, It's enough. Because my second problem is 2063 unity. We don't need that. Look at these three countries. They say we are together today. Nobody can stop them. So we don't need to wait for 43 years. There will be a civil war in Africa if you wait for that time. Because they will create that for us, not we ourselves. Look at what they want to do to Tory, this young boy. Only 2 years. Tory have done better than any African country with that small time that he got. So why they want to eliminate this young guy who is helping Africa? They don't want any African president who want to help his people will be eliminated. So we don't need to wait for 43 years before we can be united. If you can go and listen to 1963 Kwame Nkrumah's speech in Addis Ababa, go and listen to it. Everything Nkrumah said is now happening. Nkrumah is not a prophet, he's only a politician. But if you want a good prophet, he's the best prophet we can get in our generation. You see, me, I was born in 1957. Every day I cry. I'm supposed not to be in Europe. But because the hardship we have there, we all have to come out and find something to feed our family. In your own country, where you sit on diamonds and gold and mineral resources, you can't feed your family unless you travel to somewhere where that they stole everything and bring it there. There you go and bring it back. It's an insult to us. Because we feed these people. They don't have nothing. They have only a paper money. But we have a commodity and the same time money, which is gold, diamond. They are all commodities and money. So if we want a currency which have to go up, then it should be our currency, not pound and dollars. Because they're just common papers. They manipulate us with these monies. And I'm begging African youth, they have to wake up. Kenya, Nigeria, these youth, we have to applaud them what they are doing. Because they are waking the puppies up. The problem we have is our puppies. All these presidents who are eating with this Western country. Brothers and sisters, they don't have anything. Nothing that they have. We feed them. We do everything for these people with our minerals. Without our minerals, because I remember when I was in Germany in 2001, the European Parliament report that their mineral deposit is going down, so they need to back up. Backing up is causing terrorism for us in our country, insurgents in our country, so that they can get what they want. The richest country in the world is Congo, but look at Congo. They fly helicopter in the desert and collect the gold and diamond, and they will give them small money to buy ammunition and fight and kill ourselves. You see, it's very sad as we ourselves killing ourselves because of this small money that the Western countries or what countries they give to us. Because Tory now, our own people is chasing Tory. Why? Because of small money that they put into their stomach. But Tory is protecting the mineral resources. That is the liberation of Africa. This is what Kwame Nkrumah said.
Yes. Yes.
We have to liberate Africa by keeping our mineral resources, doing things for ourselves, not sending it to other countries for them to make what they want, to feed their children. Tell me which African country give benefit to children. You can't even get one. But they give benefit to their children. They don't have mineral resources. It's only paper money. It's only paper money. So we need to fight. And also, if we can do away with democracy, if we can do away with democracy, Africa will be free. We have to create our own way because we have many culture, languages in Africa. So why can't the African universities, political science universities, sit down and draw a plan? See, sit down and draw a plan the way we can govern ourselves. Because we can't follow the democracy. It's like religion. Because Africans are not religious. You get me? We are not religious. Religion, democracy, all these things is killing us. We need to sit down and set what we as black people, we want Now, what we want is what other people want. That's what we are following now. Because we all have become Westerners. We are no more Africans. Unless we do away the Westerners out, then we start to practice what Africans are. We are Africans. We are spiritual people. We don't follow book to worship God. You get me? All these things are included. That's why they can even dupe us. Because here, I'm now in UK. If you go to the city center and preach about Bible, police will arrest you.
Indeed. Indeed.
Police will arrest you. Me, I don't fear.
That's correct.
Putting you in jail or doing anything, I don't fear anything. But when it's truth, I will say it. My Facebook accounts, every week they block it. Because if you put anything black there, which is against my black culture, I will come there and counter it without fear. And they will send me a message, it's community, whatever, so you have to delete the message. I say, no. You put it there. The person put it there. Why don't you take it there? Because if I see it, I will react on it because I'm black and I'm proud of being black. You get me? So, brothers, I love what you guys are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, thank you. Wow. So much knowledge packed into a few words. My brother GH Africa, thank you so much. I'm really glad. You talked about what's going on in Ghana. 5,000 mineral resources, and only Ghana getting 10% of those resources. As a return.
We got 11. The world is over 11,000, and Ghana alone have about
5,000. There you go. So these are realities that we have to hear. We need to hear and take this in. We are the rich people on this planet. And richness is not about paper money. It's about the mineral resources in the soil.
I'd like to ask him a question as well.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Catherine. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
GH Africa, why is Ghana still using dollar?
We are not using dollar, but some companies in Ghana and hotels in Ghana, because of greediness and all this corruption, and the government, I'm saying profits cannot control things. You can't go to Ibrahim Tori now and say if you are going to hotel, you have to pay dollars. No, you want his money. If you use your money in your country, your money will be stable. But you're using dollar and cedi, how can cedi be stable? You get me? If you go to hotel, so many hotels in Ghana, they pay dollars, which is not right. It's totally wrong. But you can't say anything because a boy went and demonstrated. They used 58 million to build a cathedral. If you open where they keep the cathedral, if you go inside there, it's only a hole there. That means the hole cost $58 million. The boy went and opened it and demonstrated. They put him in prison now. They have catch the boy. Many of the boys been arrested because of going to demonstrate against 58 million that is being put underground. Only a hole. If you open the place, you go and see a hole. Go to YouTube, it is there. It's very sad, our purpose. Akufo-Addo is helping to overthrow Tory. Me, he's my president, I hate him. If he helped to overthrow Tory, that means he's not Pan-African. Because he claimed himself to be Pan-African,
exactly.
Which are lies. You are a puppet of Britain and America.
And Ghana, do you think that election is actually election in Nigeria, in Africa, because you see international observers?
Sister, don't go there. Africa don't go for election. It's the Western people who put somebody there. You think it's election?
Thank you.
Tinubu is supposed to not to be elected, but Tinubu, America put him there. Yes. It's not Nigerians who put Tinubu
and he
there.
knows.
Yeah, he playing with them. He playing with them before they put him there. If you go, you do what we want for us, and they will put you there. If you don't do what you want, you are out. Did you hear that the Senegal president want NATO to attack Sahel AES? I read this, that he want them to NATO have to attack them. What do you mean?
What? I mean,
that guy
this is an unpopular.
That Senegalese guy even was talking to Bill Gates. That guy.
Yeah, when he's coming, he was preaching that he come and keep our minerals and come and do this and that. But you see, the lies is enough. We have to wake up.
And I have to add this, that
they can't kill 100,000 people a day. They cannot. And the soldiers, they have families. They won't do it. If you use demonstrations, like Kwame Nkrumah did. Kwame Nkrumah was in prison and he won 2 times election, and the white man took him out to become president.
And let me add this, Ghana, GH Africa. We Africans, we think that you know what, it's like this guy was saying earlier. We actually have a lot of they are saying that Africans are the one who have voodoo and have juju and have all of these things. But you want to ask yourself for once, why is it that all these African leaders are doing the same thing as if they are just a copy of themselves?
My sister,
You know,
if we can swear in a parliament with our voodoos, the corruption will go away. Because every black man feared the spiritual.
Exactly.
This is why the white man came to Africa to take it out. We are spiritual people.
So
we are not.
It's not like these people don't know the right thing. They know the right thing, and it's not as if we haven't been talking to them. We have. So the truth is, they are sitting around the table with people who have interest and can do anything to get that interest. So we have to overlook them and do our own thing and do the right thing, the way that the Ibrahim Traore and the rest of them are doing.
Well, as long as
this African
we posted them to the position that we can't do anything, my sister. We post the fools to the position of high position. And like this man sitting there, Luvimba, all these people, they are the people who have to lead us. They are the wise people who can do what we want for us. But they are not giving them chance. African Union is supposed not to be a president. Because to be an ordinary person.
Exactly.
GH.
Go ahead.
The thing is that
Go ahead.
These people know that democracy is expensive. You know, they know that people need money to do campaign. So the Lalumba you are talking about, who have the good idea to liberate us, the Western people will never sponsor Lalumba to campaign. You understand me? But they will rather give money to the puppet to come and do the campaign, so that the boys will run around the puppet and put him in power. That's what they have been doing. That's why we are talking about this, debunking this structure. Because until that structure is debunked, we will always need money to do campaign, and we have to go and borrow from them.
Exactly. So the structure has got to come down. But thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you again. Let me go to Wezi Montka. Wezi Montka, when in Ntonga. Yes. Welcome on board. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm very, very thankful to God of Traore and the other two presidents of the other Mali and Niger, for they have shown us what democracy is, as in being the real democracy for our countries, though democracy hasn't been working for our other countries. I'm a Zambian, and though I'm working outside of Zambia, but I love my country, Zambia, and thing is that these three presidents have really shown us what really you have to do for your countries, to love your people, your country, your continent, and not just to love your family or your family members. That's all. That's all they do. Our presidents we vote for, but these three presidents have shown more or less something which is different, which we have never seen. More or less, we just saw it in Gaddafi. Gaddafi was like, he could embrace everyone in the country, and he could give them food. He could collect soil from other countries just to bring agriculture in his country, so that it not being a desert. The other thing is that it's about our these banks, the World Bank, the IMF, and other institutes which lend us monies, and they have really put us in debts which we are unable to pay, of which has made us to be like slaves to them. That's why we us on this platform are calling them like puppets, because you can't do anything. You are like enslaved, because you owe them money. You owe them this money which you're unable to pay them. So they tell you whatever they wish. So in that aspect, we have all these minerals in our countries, but yet we are given that 10%, as our uncle said in the previous interview. He mentioned that we are only given 10%. Now, how can you pay up these billions with that 10%? Yet you're producing billions of tons of various minerals. Like, for instance, us in Zambia, we mine gold, we mine copper, we mine emeralds, and various other precious minerals, which we are only given this same 10% we're talking about, and the rest goes to these institutes, but yet we are unable to pay these debts. And in that aspect, we are still remaining as poor nations because we are failing to utilize our minerals to pay up our debts. For instance, like personally, what I think is like looking at gold, like say Ghana and these other big countries which mine gold in a large scale. Even ourselves, even though we mine in a low scale, but gold, I see it's like we don't need a lot of chemicals to process it, of which we can make blocks and pay off our debts to these countries, maybe in the form of blocks. Blocks of gold. We produce that, then we pay off in form of gold to these because it's a mode of transaction. Gold is a mode of transaction. It's part of like a dollar note or whatever. So
that's correct.
In that aspect,
that's correct.
I think that can be done by our countries by making these blocks. Then we pay off our debts. We remain like Traore, who has got no debts, and these other three probably they don't have any debt to any these Western nations, whereby they are able to be free and do their own thing and build their own country at their own pace, whereby they're not told what to do by anyone because they don't owe them no nothing. So that's what I wanted really to contribute over this. And one thing I want our God to do is like protect these three presidents. We love them so much, and they've really opened our eyes. And I really want them not to like open up to the public of whatever stage of plan they have. Some of the plans they have to hide them away from us so that we just see the results. Then that's better for our nation. Yeah, wow. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Wezim Tonga. Thank you. Wow. Deep insight. There's a lot of insight in the discussions that we're having here, and it is meaningful. And we need to hear the insight. You see, a lot of what we talk about on this platform is about solution. I've said it at the beginning of the broadcast that I believe that every one of us, we have solutions. The problem is that we've not been allowed to have that confidence in ourselves to actually explain and actually come out and actually talk about the solutions and be willing to take action in that area. This platform is exactly for that, to allow us to talk about the solutions and also the means in which we can actually get those solutions into place. Take action on those solutions, put them into action, take action, act like Isaac Bennett said earlier on. And that is what we need to do. We have to begin to have that kind of mentality and that's sort of critical self-analysis, as Catherine said. My brother Wezim Mtonga, you're right. Some of the really important information that they think that they want to do, we want to just see the result because we want them to keep it under wraps. You're very, very correct. And we must support them, and it's really, really important. So I'm really grateful for your comments there, Wezi. Let me go to Gen Goldie. Gen Goldie, let's hear from you. What would you like to say? Thank you once again, Wezi. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome.
Oh, that's two Zambians on a roll. I'm Zambian as well.
Oh, fantastic! So, that's great. Go ahead. You guys are on a roll.
Yeah. Yes. One of the biggest mechanisms that Europe keeps us into these chains is the mechanism of debt. The IMF. You know, the IMF is what started deciding who's a third world country. Do you have echo? Am I producing echo?
Sorry, I'm going to mute my end. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Yes. So one of the mechanisms is that. The other thing that I've noticed is how every time the Europeans tell you this is bad, really check it. Really check the sources, how bad it is. Because usually they always try to play something. For instance, when we talk about Russia and what Russia played in their Berlin conference, Russia did not partake any of that. So even us Africans, we know for a fact that Russians did not partake in that. Why would we side with the people who have enslaved us, colonized us, and put us under? And the only explanation they give us about Russia is that no, they're evil. It's excess of. It does not make sense. It's in the same way, and this might rock a few feathers. It's in the same way when it came to religion. When I saw they talk about the devil is not killing anyone in the Bible, but God does it. It's crazy. We as Africans have got a base, who we are. What would happen if 54 countries say we don't want the IMF, we're not paying you anymore? What will happen? They're going to unalive all of us? Because I'll tell you the truth. These guys do not come to Africa. They will not come to Africa themselves. Like I keep saying, they will never come to Africa themselves. What they do, look at in an instance of Patrice Lumumba, look in the instance of Thomas Sankara, it was always somebody close to them. They always use another African. So, Africans, let's wake up. There is more black people in the world than you think. There was another man here from Venezuela, Hicamos. Hicamos, thank you. Because when you start to realize that in South America, these people went through the same kind of thing that we went through, and they're still going through it. And each time they try to rise up, America, Britain, the same countries that we love, the same countries that say they are very civilized, the same countries that tell us how we should act, are the same ones who oppress them. Have you noticed that in Africa, load shedding is common? I have never heard of a poor European country that experiences load shedding. Because one thing is this, if there's no electricity, productivity stops. You cannot have a country like in Zambia there. My mother is in Zambia at the moment, and she told me, well, the electricity, it comes for 3 hours a day. Now you tell me what kind of a country can develop on that kind of thing. You know, at this point, we should have shifted away from most of the ideas. Look at what Burkina Faso is doing right now. And I would love to give other examples, but these are the people who are only doing it right now. They're even using their own architecture now. They're using their languages now. Because these are the things. You wonder why the Bible has been translated in Yoruba, Bemba, Nyanja, all of these things, but they never did that to a chemistry book. They never did that to anything else but just the Bible. Because, you see, the role that they play the God role. Even though we are more spiritual than them, they are religious, we are spiritual. So we are so confused in this European thing because most of us, when we look at from the point of poverty, they look like they're actually doing well. But really not knowing that for France to actually be what France is, they're really sitting on a lot of countries in Africa. And they're not letting these people breathe. And these are the same people who risk their lives to cross to Europe on a dinghy. And then the Europeans turn around and say Africans are running away from Africa. No. What Africa needs, even if it meant the ECOWAS, the West Side closes off for next 10 years and don't allow anybody to come there so they develop, I'm all up for that. Because what we need is to develop by ourselves. We need to get off the shackles. The shackles have been here for quite a long time and they have not changed anything. You know, the funny thing, this was a funny thing that I noticed. When just before Kamala Harris was getting into power and that, Zambia had a president who they elected. And straight away, Kamala Harris was in Zambia. Now, at first, they were talking about things like they're there to make sure that they observe the gay rights. Now, already that made me feel a bit crazy because majority rules. If a country says this is not what we go by, you should just respect us.
Exactly.
But that was not the reason why they came. That was just the agenda that they gave to us to think, because they also have hidden agendas. The reason why they came is because they understand that the dollar is collapsing. People, more countries and more countries are walking away from that mechanism that used to keep us in debt. And for them now to keep the dollar strengthened, they want to tie it into our minerals. So all of these African puppets who you see them allowing these presidents come in there, just know there's something they're selling us out on. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Wow, my brother. Wow, you said a lot there. Oh, he's gone. I'm so glad. I think Glenn Goldie. Yes, you're here. Yes, thank you so much for that. Wow, you honestly, the last part, what you said about tying the dollar. They see that the dollar is going down, and what do? They tie the dollar to our resources to keep us in debt. We don't have to play that game with them. We step away from this. I'm trying to choose my words. I'm trying to choose my words. We step away. We keep away from them. We need to follow what Ibrahim Traore is doing. Asimegota. Go ahead, Glenn Goldie.
Yes, I hear that, my leader.
Yes, go ahead. And it's really important. I'm so glad that you said what you said there. The other point you talked about debt as a mechanism. You are absolutely right. And then the thing that I really like that you said that struck me, and I think we need to do this for 10 years. We need to close our borders in Africa, keep out these people so that we can grow at our own pace, so that we can think and we can sleep with our 2 eyes shut without having to worry about somebody sending in troops to unalive our leaders. You are so right. Thank you so much for that. Again, Goldie, you wanted to add something?
You said 10 years.
Yes.
No, 20 years. Every embassy leaves Africa.
Yes.
Every military leave Africa.
Yes.
You close our border for 20 years.
Okay, 20 years. Okay.
We invite you, give you a letter to come.
Yes. Yes. I like that. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So well said. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, one more thing.
Yes, go ahead.
And I think all those countries that are in Africa that are harboring foreign military bases, we need to start with those. The first thing that Ibrahim Traore and the Tianis did, they made sure that they got rid of that. Because those bases are there to spy on us. That's the reason why Ghana, Zambia will not have a base in America. Because we could also have an intelligence system. Africa needs to build its own CIA, its own FBI, so that we can also try them in this whole thing of they come to our place, do a lot of crimes, and then they come and pick one of our brothers and say he's a dictator. This should stop. If you commit crime on African soil, you should be treated there. Right there, in our courts. All of this spying on us should stop. If a country has got a foreign base, we should start looking at them like, you hate your brother. Why would you have an enemy? Why are you harboring an enemy in your house? Because tomorrow this enemy will conquer me, you, and everybody else. So keep them in their place, just like they keep us in our place.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well said. Very, very strong point. I advocate strongly that all the bases, US alone has over 40 bases on the African continent. Why? How many African countries have bases in the US? They need to be out tomorrow, yesterday. And we need to be advocating for that. And that's why I'm so glad. The 3 leaders you see on the screen, all of them, they've kicked out all of the Western bases from their country. And so it should be. This has to be replicated across the whole of Africa. We must advocate for that. Thank you for those very important points there that you made, my brother.
My brother.
Yes.
Can I give you one information?
Okay, please. Go ahead. Then I'll go to
you know an island called Diego Island.
Okay.
Diego Gracia.
Okay. Yes, Diego Gracia. Go ahead.
It's D-I-E-G-O space Gracia is G-A-R-C-I-A.
Yes.
You know that I'm with my sister here. He's now living in Mauritius. America went and sent all these black people living in this island into Mauritius and they took the island. If you go there, when they were going to Iraq, this is the island they use. Anything they want to military is this island. Go to Google and you can see, or YouTube, you can go and check. You get many of their planes and everything. And this island, they have taken it for free. And it's an African island.
Wow. Wow.
Military base. Check it from YouTube. You can get it.
I will do that now. I'll do that when I finish. Thank you. Military base.
This is where African operations from America. This is where they take everything.
No way.
So our leaders need to wake up.
They need to wake up. They really do. They really do.
Sorry,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry to interject.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. They also took the Chagos Islands.
Yes.
Because in Britain right now, what they're doing, all the citizens of Chagos Island, they're giving them a passport. So they've taken your land and they give you a book. You understand what I mean? Like in Mayotte, France is doing the same thing. They're taking one island, taking every native there and throwing him on an island so they can own that. All of that is just to spy on us.
It is.
Yet we're the poor ones.
Exactly.
Yet we're the ones who are supposed to be primitive.
No.
It doesn't make sense to me.
No. You're right. You're right. And we are going to address all of those things. But thank you for raising that point there, my brother. And thank you, GH Africa, as well. Let's go. Gumako. Go ahead. You've been waiting. Then I'll go to Bantu Queen. Gumako, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God. You're my... Let me start from the simple point that most Africans are do not understand yet. Religion. Let me go into the religion. Now, if you look, all the channels, free channels to Africa are religion channels. No any other channels are free for Africa. Only religion from USA, from Britain, from France, everywhere. The religion channel is the one blinding Africans. Here is where Desmond Tutu, the top Catholic man, father, said on the anniversary of the first year of South Africa. He said, quote unquote, when they came, they had empty book in their hand. We had a land and resources. They told us to pray. When we open our eyes, we have their empty book in our hand. They have our land and resources, quote unquote. That is, this man is the most religious, Catholic religious man next to Paul. Who said that? So, on the second point, on this one, if you heard the Democratic Republic is the Central African Democratic Republic country, between 2013 and 2015, half of the population cleansed it. Why? Because the Prime Minister asked them, all this gold, all this diamond, all these other minerals you have been taking for free. Please pay us at least a penny. He asked France. That's what they did. They sent commando and they killed him, and they asked Christian Africans to clean all the Muslims.
Say unalive.
That country.
Say unalive. Don't use the word KILL because they don't like it. Unalive, please.
Sorry, I forget this. They cleansed it, let's put it that way.
Okay.
They cleansed half of the populations. If you want to see, on BBC, one document only said Dogman, when Africans are burning, barbecuing, eat each other. So United Nations put it out the paper on 2015, all the Muslims are cleansed from the Central Democratic Republic. But when French cleansing half of the population, because they ask for minerals at least to pay them penny, and they change it into terrorists, they say to the population, and they cleanse it, every single Muslims from that country. Today, if you go, you don't find one single Muslim. They turn us against each other, and they make us destroy each other. This is one point. The second point about Africa, aid. Africa is known by the poverty, by the hunger, by the disease, because of lack of resource. Let's help Africa, aid. So if Africa is poor, why they're dying on Africa? Why they want all the resources from there if Africa is poor?
Good point.
Africa is the richest continent on this earth, on this planet. The reason what they did, Africa had skills. Africa had their own our level manufacture. What they did, they opened the school. They said, stop your skill, we'll teach you. And instead of making the clothes, they taught us how to wash the clothes. And instead of making a car, they taught us how to drive the car. Then we forget our skills and we start washing the clothes instead of making it, and driving the car instead of making it. Instead of mining, we start to carrying and shipping for them. So they destroy our skills and they destroyed our creativity, and they taught us sharing. Something that destroy our mentality, our creativity. They taught us that. Their culture, their language, they put in place in our skills place. So our brain is destroyed. We need to repair our brain, go back into our skills, into our creativity from scratch. We don't need Western education, Western culture, that Western language, all that need to be removed. The other point is like proxy war. When the colony left physically, they never left, but physically when they left, they created colonial border. Colonial border divided one nation into three, into four. These people, they turn against each other. Oh, that's your land. This is yours. Why don't you take that? When one wake up, they send from another colonial border side to send it to him. So we are busy killing each other, fighting each other over colonial border.
Yes.
This is the problem. That's why Africa needs to remove colonial border and create Africa, United States of Africa, one currency, one military. And we don't need any Western military in our land. Why? Those who are not only spying, they are killing our intellectuals. They are killing the truly
unalive. Thank you.
Sorry, unaliving our leaders. They're unaliving our scientists. That way we stay where we are impoverished, in hunger, in disease. So we don't need their aid. Aid is one of the worst tools they use to destroy us, because we're rich. We don't need it. We don't need it. Africa is self-sufficient. All we need is leave us alone and get out of Africa. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. 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 I wrote some things down because I'd like to recap and for us to reiterate. You talked about the fact that they made us, we were making our own clothes. So they stopped us from making our own clothes. They taught us how to wash the clothes. They taught us how to, instead of making our own cars, they taught us how to drive the cars. They're de-skilling us. Everything that made us work, they took from us and gave us things to make us dependent, to make us serve them. These are the mentality. We don't need, like you're right. And the final thing you said, my brother, Gumako, the final thing you said was that we must be left alone. I said that at the beginning of the broadcast, and I couldn't agree more. I am so glad you spoke about this. Please let us all take cognizance of what is being said. We must continue to support Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, General Chiani. We need to make sure that Africa is free. We have to close the borders of Africa for 10, 20, 30 years. Make sure that we develop ourselves before we let any of these colonials anywhere near our continent. We are tired of what they've done to us. So, Guma Ko, my brother, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Let me go to Bantu Queen. Bantu Queen, thank you for waiting. Let's hear from you. What would you like to say? Thank you. I'm going to mute myself here.
Respect.
Great to see
Much
you.
love to each and every one in this live chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
We give thanks for another great day. Yeah.
Ashe.
I reached to a point now. I wasn't listening for a long time, but what I'm going to say, you guys not going to agree at what I'm going to say. But what I'm going to say is that we seriously need to go back and do some serious rituals. That's my opinion. We need to attack these people with some serious rituals. Because back in them days, our forefathers, our ancestors used to use rituals to fight. In Jamaica, Nani, in Haiti, Kofi and them guys.
Nani is from my tribe.
Wow.
Yeah, from Ghana. Nani is an Ashanti.
Wow.
Where she used the culture in Jamaica to beat the British for a long time.
Wow.
And that is what we need. We need to get out of this religion thing and go back. Seriously go back and use some original, traditional way to fight these people. Yes, we need weapons too. I know that. We need weapons. But at the same time, we can use, because our ancestors never have weapons, they use their power that they have. They use the power that they have. So we definitely need to seriously go back, start to beat the drums, blow the shofars, pour libation, because a lot of us know how to do it. Because right now we don't have no weapon. But we can start, we have other powers that we can start. You know, we need to attack these people with the bees and the wasps and the ants and the flies, the mosquitoes. We have power to do those things. Our ancestors used to do it. We can do it.
Ashe.
We can do it. But Christianity have us in such a little cage. Because if you pick little herbs and boil it and drink, them say you're this and you're that. You know? So that is just something I'm seriously thinking about. We need to seriously plan a day. It doesn't matter where we are. Who agree with what I'm saying? And who can beat the drums, who can blow shofar, and who can pour libation. We all make sure we all have the same mindset. And what we're all doing is for the purpose of the motherland. It can be done.
Ashe.
Trust me, it can be done. You know, because we keep on talking, and a lot of us is on the ground working. A lot of us, their brothers, support those on the ground working. But we need to touch base. Seriously. We need to get down deep in Mother Earth and do some things. We have to do something. Trust me, we have to do something.
Wow.
Because if we don't do something, we have to do something, Star. We have to get serious about our ritual. We have to do it, and we can do it. I was raised up in it. I know a little of it. We know Citizen AY know a little. And maybe there is other people on this live that know a little. We know what to do. We need to start doing it, man. Seriously. We have the African gods. We have our ancestors. We have Mungu, the name Sokalan. So Nini Nanin, Tatan Zambi, and Pungu Tulendo. We have some names that we can call. From Congo, Tatan Zambi, and Pungu Tulendo. So Nini Nini, South Africa. Modimo, South Africa, Mungo, East Africa, and other names that I don't know, that other Africans know. Nigerians know the name. Ghanaians know the name. Those are the names I talk. I not talk no white man thing. I talk few same thing. Few African traditional way of life. Seriously, man, we have to do some things. Because me personally speak. I send my frequency in the universe, and when me ask, I me get it.
Ashe. Ashe.
Me get it, me I tell you, me get it.
Ashe. Ashe. Ashe.
So seriously, man, but this is something we need to plan. And that is my few cents.
Wow. 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 Bantu Queen, you brought the fire. And it's great. It's always great to get the fire. We need our women. You guys are the guys that you are the earth. You are Mother Earth. And I'm so glad you said that. Because when you guys speak, the ether listens. And we need to listen to what you're saying. You're right. Many of us just pour libation. Look, water in a cup, just water. Go outside on the soil. Speak out what you want and pour that libation and say, Ashe, it is so. Just simple. Let's pick one day. We can do this. You're right.
And brother, you know what white man fear?
Yes. Go ahead.
The white man fear our spirituality. That's why he said the Belgian general, when the missionaries were coming, he told them these people are not religious. When a priest of Africa tell you, let's go to Congo, he will give you money to put you in a car. He puts his own body on the wall and he's already in Congo.
Exactly.
This is Africa.
Ashe. Ashe.
They fear that spirituality.
Ashe.
That's why they came to take this and put religion there.
Yeah, very, very important. Bantu Queen. Yeah, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Nature Lover. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I go with this? I mean, like, what? It's still iconic.
Okay, 1 second. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. Now, what about Bantu Queen? You're actually a queen, man. Your skin is actually too close to the ground. I tell you the truth. Because my grandfather, what you just said, my grandfather did something for me when I was little. Anywhere we go to school, like far away, this man called me, come here. Before you leave to the school, come here. I go and he said, kneel down. I kneel down, he said, he picked the calabash with the water. He poured on the ground. Huh? The way this guy talk, bro. I said, I witnessed it. What Bantu say, it happened on me. I experienced it. It's not something that is a lie. But there's something that happened. If they pray like that, and the good thing about it is that my grandfather never say, oh, if you go, just hit somebody in his prayers on me. Okay? That's the thing. These people deceive some of us, and we don't know. And when we see these people, we rather say, oh, our ancestors are doing the evil way or whatever. But let me tell you, my grandfather never say, if I go, I should hit somebody or I should steal somebody's thing, or if I take somebody's property, I should not let the person know or whatever. He always said, if you are actually, when you see somebody have something and you are in need of it, don't steal it. Just beg the person. That's what these words are there. We should beg, not to steal, not to lie. Don't witness any fault. Okay? This is what my grandfather told me. And he will put the libation there for me. He took all this in the libation. Why calling the libation and calling his forefathers' names? You know? So when Bantu is talking that, Queen, you just, I mean, like, you awaken me. You awaken me. To be honest, I remember everything that this man was doing. And there's nothing wrong with that. And then now you go out and some people, especially those people who are born in the city.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay. You muted yourself or mute yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
Those people born in the city who don't know, they start saying that you are worshiping devil. You know, but you are not worshiping any devil. That is the power he's talking about there. And let me tell you, there is something that if you do something wrong, they are not sending you to any judge. Okay? They are not sending you to any judge. They have a shrine. Okay? They have a shrine. They will ask you, hey, did you actually pick the thing or not? If you are the one who take that property or something like that, you better say the truth, man, before they go to that shrine. You know? So these are the spiritualities that our forefathers used to use to keep their moral and then keep their community very clean. So I wonder why today they are telling us that they introduce a religion to us and telling us that that's the one that can help us. To be honest with you, when I follow this religion, it doesn't help anything. It's rather the Satan, because it is not helping us. It
No.
makes us coward.
Mm-hmm.
It makes us lie.
Mm-hmm.
We can lie and be free.
Mm-hmm.
We can steal and be free.
Mm-hmm.
We can even the judges, our judges. Look at our judges. How can your fellow man judge you correctly?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You give them money, they're gonna judge for you.
Yeah.
But in the traditional way, nobody judge you whether you are rich or poor. In the traditional way, whether you are poor or you are rich, if you are right, you are right. The gods will judge. Okay? But today, look at the system that they introduce to us and we take. If you don't do something and you send somebody to court, you who even is the culprit, if you have money, you can go your way. They can even judge for you. When our forefathers, you not to judge like that, my friend, whether you have the whole sky or whatever, if you do wrong thing, our gods are not going to spare you, my brother. And this is why our politicians are behaving the way they are behaving. If they want, they should come and swear in our shrine or our rivers and see what will happen.
Exactly.
Okay? They should come and swear in with it, and then they should loot the country resources again, and you will see what our forefathers will do to them. And this they know. They don't want to tamper with it. And
exactly.
They keep with these Western people, and then they keep, making that system, our forefathers system, look like it's the devil. That one is rather the devil. That one is rather the devil. You see? So we know what we want. So the point, you are perfectly right, and I always will follow my grandfather. I don't know nobody, and I will never follow nobody belief. I don't care. I respect you with whatever you believe, but I will not take it. I will not like you to introduce it to my children. And look at the names. The names, they put their names in the name of Christianity. They change African names. John, Matthew, Alex, Abu Bakr, Isaac, Isa. All these names that they give you, is that from your forefathers?
No way.
You know, we need to wake up and get back to our spirit, man. And we will be okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nature Lover. Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me,
wow.
Citizens AY, let me just add to that thing here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That he said there. The truth is, even here in Ireland, I've seen people who, you know, that this during the whole slavery thing, it was most of the religious people that came to Africa were actually from Ireland. Most of them were from Ireland that brought Christianity and all of that to us. They will confirm, we sit down and we talk, and most of them will say, I feel so bad that they have to, during baptism, they change our names. So when they look at us with all this English name, they always ask us, is that your real name? And we thought it was just racism. But because they knew what happened, they knew, and somebody said one time, the worst thing that can happen to somebody is to lose their identity. Your identity is important. Name is very important. Once you are bearing a different name, you have no identity, you lose your identity. And I also think that we Africans, sometimes I tell myself that, do you think that it's only these people that are doing this thing to us, or our ancestors are also beating us because we actually we're not doing anything at all to even, how will I call it, to even vindicate them from all the lies and all the way that we are lost. And maybe because we are lost, that we don't even have our own identity. We have names that are not ours. We have traditions that are not ours. We have gods that are not ours. We are lost. And that alone in itself is enough for somebody to just be suffering. Because you ask yourself, why is it that wherever we go and whatever we do, we keep having all of these things? So going back to our names, going back to our roots is so important. And even in my own village before, in my own village before. Oh, there's a god that there's a, and it's our shrine. There's something called Oginana. This Oginana was the thing that was used even to fight during the Civil War that protected the people in my town. And that time, even I was still small. Like, it's not like I'm not even alive at that. Like, I wasn't born at that time. When I was even young as a little girl, there will be a time that they will come out and announce that this Oginana is coming to go around the town, and everybody have to go inside the house at 6 o'clock in the night, like close the door because you can't see, nobody can see. That means that somebody had taken somebody's wife, somebody had stolen from somebody, or somebody had done something wrong, and they have gone to consult that Oginana. And once the Oginana comes out and cry around the town, if the person doesn't come out to confess in the next day or two, that person knows what will happen. So even if you leave your bag on the street, nobody will ever touch it. Until now, those villagers have been encouraged to drop all these things to go to church. And now everybody, the whole village now is, the insecurity in that village now is unreal, I'm telling you. So the facts are just in our face to see.
Wow.
And I think our ancestors are also dealing with us because we are just lost.
Wow. Wow. Thank you for sharing that with us. Bantu Queen, 1 second. Catherine, thank you for sharing that. We need this kind of information. You see, we have something similar in Yoruba land as well. Oh, sorry. Hello. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Adam J, 1 second, please. Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for sharing that with us. I am so glad you shared this. You know, this is something that is in every African community, but we've been told to turn away from it, and now there's insecurity all over our land. That is telling us we have to go back to it. And please stop equating. Anybody do not equate African spirituality with Satan or evil. Please, they are two separate things. Our African spirituality protects our people and our community, and it makes sure that we do it promotes good behavior. It is not about making people bad. So please let us stick to that. I don't want anybody to talk about this issue about Satan or whatever. It's nothing to do with us. You know, our issue is not Satan. Issue is very different. Oginana is not, so please, we need to really not allow ourselves to be manipulated, but we need to really understand ourselves and connect to build our communities again on the African continent. But thank you so much, Catherine. Honestly, what you said there about the Oginana, I could see it. When you were talking about it, I could literally see the community before me, and as you described it, and it came to life, and I understood that without our ancestors being part of our community, it is not going to function. That is what we need. So thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you. Bantu Queen, you wanted to say something, then I'll go to Adam J. Bantu Queen, go ahead.
Yes, I want to say something. I mean, over 2,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, a lot of us is walking in the path of Christianity. And there is no change. We are not seeing any changes. All we're seeing is more suffering and poverty and pain and sorrows. Now, in the UK, these witches, these women who say they are witches, they're not afraid to look at you and tell us, I am a witch. They're very proud of it. Very proud to tell you that they're a witch. But when our people here, we talk about our origin, our organic way of life, they tell you pure bullshit. You understand? And at the same time, religion and Christianity not helping nobody. Right? If it help, I'm not disrespecting anybody. If you're for JC, stay with your JC. But right now, we are on the battlefield. You understand? We are here trying to wake up our people. We are here seeing the suffering and the pain and the agony of our people and poverty of our people abroad and on the continent and in the Caribbean. So who want to stick with them, JC? Stick with them, JC. Leave us alone. Who decides that we are going to fight and we're going to go the organic spiritual way. Let we do what we want to do and you do what you want to do. Because we are dealing with some blood-sucking vampire leeches who took our organic way of life and using it back on us. No, they are not afraid to come on YouTube and show it in our face. What they are doing now with our ancestor spirituality, they are not afraid to do that. They are doing it. And then we sit down. It's okay for the priest to hold the thing in his hand and smoke the frankincense and myrrh and walk around. But if I do it, me I do juju army something. They stole that from us. They stole that from us. You understand? A lot of people has been praying. How long them are praying, not one freaking thing happen. So we said we're gonna go back to the way. We're gonna get down to Mother Earth. And we're gonna do what we know our grandparents used to do. I remember the days in my district when anything go wrong. You should have this lady will come out, just like what the sister just said. And she call out and she talk. And trust me, that person will come out and confess. Listen. You hear somebody come down and beat the drum, that person and gone. That person gone. But if that person come and confess what that person have done, I raise up on those things. Not hurting anybody. You understand? So a lot of people don't understand. So if you people don't, if some of you that don't understand what we are saying, it's okay. But we know what we are saying. And we know what we are going to do. Because I've known people has been praying, fasting 21 days, 30 days, 7 days. I may not say nothing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sister Bantu. They just unalive somebody in the US just like that.
Exactly.
That didn't do anything. That's
Exactly.
innocent. Just like that.
Exactly.
The person didn't commit any crime.
Yes.
But they are the Christians, right?
Exactly.
They are Christians.
That is the problem. The Christian is the damn problem. Them are the problem. And them not say nothing is not going on. And some of these Christians are very hypocritical, wicked, and lie and deceitful because they are in the church for many years and they see a lot of things happening in the church and them still talk about Jesus this and Jesus that. They will never stand up and confront the pastors. Children has been raped in the church, been sexually assaulted in the church, manipulated, discrimination in the church. And them still in the church and baby like it's all. We ain't stupid anymore.
Exactly.
We know what we are going to do. You understand? We know what we can. We know what to do.
Exactly.
We need to get back to our ancestors' way, our righteous ancestral way. Spirit, them use Christianity to do bad, and them use it to do good. There is good and bad in us all. Whatever energy you want to give it to, there is good and there is bad. Choose one of them. Simple.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bantu Queen, wow. What a revelation on the broadcast this afternoon. And I think we need to connect yourself. And it's in power when two women are telling us this, African women, we better listen. Bantu Queen said it. Catherine confirmed it. And look, we mustn't ignore this. This is part of what we need to free ourselves. Thank you so much. Equity and justice. Have you spoken at all? Then I'll go to Adam J. I don't think you've spoken. Equity and justice. Apologies for keeping you waiting, but we'll go to you. Then we'll go to Adam J. Go ahead. Let's hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's all right, my brother. Yeah, definitely. This is so amazing. This is one of the most amazing conversations. I mean, this is one of the most amazing conversations that that any platform has in program at this time.
Thank you.
Because honestly, I have heard loads of speakers spoke, and amazingly, everything they said, is spiritually strong. Powerful words has been said. And if I come to check it out, I know none of these people have been to the university that the so-called people call themselves that they are teaching people. This is a knowledge given to them by the power of their ancestors. And they will talk freely. They don't need to think. They don't need to read it. They have it in them. So the time has arrived, my brother. Which is why, the knowledge of the ancestors, let's say those ancestors that are gone many years ago, they are finally returning for the last days. because Africa has to sign before the end. And Africa has to run the wall before the end. No one can stop that. And then with Bantu Queen, what he has been saying, I really appreciate that too, which is like we have spirituality. Oh yes, we have spirituality. Not only spirituality, I would even call it. I will call it great spirituality. This is what Africans have. And if we are talking about superpower, I believe African spirituality is the superpower of the universe, because our land has already shown it to the world already. It has been feeding and building the whole universe, from China to India, from India to America, from Europe and Arabia, everywhere. African resources built it to be what it is today. So what about the people that live on that soil? Who are they? They are the greatest people mankind has ever seen. You know, they're talking about Jesus, they're talking about Abraham, they're talking about Moses, they're talking about Muhammad. Every one of these people have African DNA in them. Every one of them, African DNA in them. So I am saying to my people that these are the same people that come back in time.
Yeah.
And this time around, we're gonna defend ourselves spiritually. Of course, the weapons will come, but the spiritual weapon that we Africans have is bigger than the nuclear bomb that the United States have, or another countries or other countries. And then, of course, yes, do you know what? African spirituality is big enough that if someone would send a nuclear bomb to Africa, and just 7,000 Africans sit together with their spirituality, the bomb will dispose in the same place where they have fired it. And then we didn't even need to send a nuclear bomb. Allahu Akbar.
Ashe.
So of course I'm laughing about it, but I know it is true. This is why I am smiling, my brother. The only thing that is holding us back is the division that they have created between us, and the misconception that they have put borders amongst ourselves. Divide and rule has been the technique and the weapon of the masters ever since 2,000 years ago. Because if we come to look at it, we have our traditions, we have our culture, we had our belief system, and this belief system never made us lack anything. But in time, you come to look at it. You come to look at it when they invaded us and unalive most of the spiritual leaders. Anyone they knew has a spiritual power to defend a nation or a particular community. They will come for you first before they come for the community itself. So, and then it has led to time whereby the educational system, and which is all this religious system that they brought us, was to deviate us from our true selves, and which has played a very significant role in dividing the people in the continent, and made us believe in different things and think we are not one people because we have different beliefs. Africans, we are spiritual beings. We have unique spirit. And a spiritual being, a single spirit alone, cannot do nothing alone. All the spirit put together on one cause, this is our big effect. So I have been praying, and I will still pray, that the people of black culture, wherever they are in the world, let them come together. May the energy of our ancestors and the energy that created the universe bring us together as one powerful people. Because you come to look of it, many Africans live outside of Africa. What took them there is because of colonialism and other slave trade and other things. But today, many of them are so successful in many ways in life. We have scientists, we have doctors, we have intellectuals, we have billionaires, but every African billionaire that find yourself in another man's land with in the West or other places, you will have your billions for certain years, and they will just bring up problems to you and jail you for 95 years or 200 years in jail. And I never see none of their own people that has been jailed longer than those times. Do you understand? And it's like they don't really care. They're building everything. And then now I should even remind my people that they should be cautious, because all these electronic vehicles and that self-driving vehicles that they are making, if you have an agenda to support Africa, or you want to Africa to
network
unite, and you went and buy these cars, there's a database that runs that car. And that database, the person who owns the company doesn't even like you. Why don't you think that they might just press a button while you are running or driving about 500 kilometers?
Network. Oh, I can.
Per hour.
Yeah.
And then you have a car come out. So for years, a person that has enslaved you for 1,000 years plus cannot come and give you a medicine today and you expect that medicine will give you long life. It's not possible.
True.
A person that has enslaved you for 1,000 years, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Enslaved you for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Cannot come and give you a medicine that will make you live for 100 years. It's not possible. A person that have oppressed you for over 1,000 years cannot come and give you food that will make you survive for another 100 years. They wish you can perish so they can come and take over your places. So obviously we should be cautious of the medications that they are giving us, the vaccinations that they are giving us, the education that they have given us that we know already was not for us to be able to manufacture new weapons or nuclear energy to power our electricity, or to help us to fix mobile phones, or to help us to build our own cars, or to help us to make money to make lithium batteries that will serve the world. They didn't help us with this knowledge. They only gave us knowledge that we could speak, and they will understand what our next move will be. Because if we have been speaking in our Bantu languages, in our original languages, it will take them hard time for them to understand what the plan of the African is at that particular time. But if I come and have an agenda or a manifesto, I stand in front of the media and I speak English, they know exactly what this man has in mind, and it doesn't help the growth of what we need in Africa. So they will unalive me before I even know it, and turn my people against me before I even know it. So the language was not to give us knowledge of overstanding. It was giving to us for them to be able to understand our plans, so that they will know how to block us before we even reach there. And then for me, citizen, I respect you a lot, mashallah. You are doing a great work.
Oh, thank you.
You're doing, thank you very much. You're doing such a very great work and bringing the people from all across the world, Black people from all across the world on a platform like this is one of the greatest things an African person can do for Africa itself. This is the beginning of it. And surely, my brother, we will surely reach at the final junction, and we will be victorious. I also agree with one brother here who said that we should close our borders. I said this 15 years ago. I said we don't need their embassies, as long as it is difficult for us to travel, and some of our youths will even go via sea and die in the Mediterranean, alive in the Mediterranean, alive in the Mediterranean, and then while they have free passage to come with aeroplanes and come to our land. I said that cannot be equality. That cannot be democracy. That is not human right. And then migration has been happening. ever since the world has been created. People have migrated to places, and then they have migrated for 400 years in our land. We never killed them. We never unalive them. We never send them out. They took everything they took. Still, we are giving them embassies to live with us. And some of our stupid leaders are even giving them military bases so that we will feel oppressed. We cannot even sleep. My brother, how you can have a wife, you sleep with your wife in the same bed, and one night your wife has a machete under her bed, under her pillow, and you expect you can sleep. How can you sleep with your wife having a knife under her pillow? It's not possible. And they are not our wives. These are so-called friends, not even friends. So-called friends who never said nothing about Africa in their media, who never said nothing about African development in their media. The only thing they are busy with is giving us aid. What sort of aids are they giving us? WHO is giving us injections. They are giving us vaccination for so many years. And still, our ancestors used to live for about 100 and something years plus. But now they cannot even live for more than 50 years. If an African man has 50 years, he don't have diabetes, he don't have a high blood pressure or heart attack along the journey, definitely then he's a very lucky man, my brother. So we need to really check ourselves, reevaluate the friendship that we have been having with these people for 1,000 years. And what benefits did it bring us? None. I haven't seen it. From education to any sector, even the embassies that they have, we don't need them. They should get out of our land. They should get out of our land. We African youths, we want to live in Africa for 10 years. We don't even want to see another color. We want to walk by ourselves, use our minerals, see how to divide it equally amongst ourselves. Because I believe every African was born a trillionaire, not billionaire, trillionaire. Every African is a trillionaire, and every African will be a trillionaire if we share our resources and use the means to share it equally and justly. And of course, yes, they say about democracy. African people, we had spirituality. What is spirituality? Spirituality is equality and justice. Spirituality is equality and justice. Spirituality is equality and justice. This is why during the time of our ancestors, when you steal a man's thing, they knew you will have something that will affect you. This is during the time of our ancestors. If you sleep with another man's wife, something will happen to you. If you go to another man's property, steal something, you don't beg it, something will happen, because equality and justice is what was running Africa. But democracy, what did it bring us? Now they brought us that thing just to control us, as the same way they brought us the education to know our agenda for the next year. The same way they brought democracy to us. Now they are dictating us. We Africans, we have our values. We never see our ancestors marrying another man. We never see our ancestors marrying another woman. How can it be possible democracy introduced to us, and now it is bringing man to get married in Africa? They have brought evil onto our land, and they have inflicted it in the genes of people. Just remind ourselves, my brother, back in the days, our ancestors, our mothers, they used to have head tie like a queen. They used to have cloth, not dress like modest. They dress modest. They don't dress naked out. If people call themselves Christians, I tell them this question. I ask them this question. Angel Gabriel, as it is said in the scriptures, he came to Mother Mary and he gave him the blessing of having the child called Jesus. But of course, yes, did he meet, on what circumstances did the angel find Mary? Was Mary dressed naked? She had her head covered. She was dressing modestly. And then the angel could transfer this energy to Mary, and that was the birth of that magnificent Jesus, peace be upon him. Yeah, and then today you come our African traditions that the queens and the kings used to clothe on back in those days. Now my people are not dressing like that anymore, and we forget that we are the people of the sun, and the sun shines on us, and it has visible eyes to us, and it has so much power that it gives us. So now, if we have our nakedness eyes out, our nakedness out, do you think what the sun will be giving us would be very good for our spirit? No, I don't think so. It will turn its back on us. Perhaps it doesn't want to see nakedness around. But the culture today in Europe or the West, you will see, of course, they have 10 months of snow. And that 10 months of snow would not allow them to even dress nakedly in the street. They have 3-4 clothes on when they are going out. But in Africa here, they knew their type of clothing that they have in their countries. If they bring it out to our women in Africa, we have sunshine 365 days in the year. So this sunshine, by seeing these naked people outside, it will block the blessings that's supposed to come through our ancestors and come through the sun and gets into our African system. Do you understand? Because 365 days of nakedness will only bring poverty society within Africa. Do you understand? We need to realign with ourselves. Go back to our clothing. We don't need Gucci. We don't need Nike. We need to go and take our kanda clothes and take our good cotton clothes from Ghana and everywhere that we can fix these things. And then we dress in African attires, show them who we are. I had a revelation from the ancestors that came down to me, which I would love to share with my brothers and sisters today.
Great.
And that revelation came when I got 40 years old. One specific Thursday night, this revelation came. It revealed to me that when Africans have a cut on their skin, before blood comes out, the skin under, the white blood cell, is whiter than any color white outside, even more white than your beard, Mr. Citizen. Under our skin, after the black skin, under it, if you have a cut or a bruise, you will see it plain white. So they have told me that if we want the power that the air and the sea and the sun and the moon and the stars gives to us Africans, we need to have to wear more white color cloth. I'm not saying white color as a race, white color cloth on our skin, and we will be protected. The evil that they have inflicted on our land, they will run away. And white represents peace. So that peace that is in the atmosphere for generations and centuries will come down to us Africans, and we will be powerful. And there is no power in the world that can defeat peace. There is no power in the world that can defeat peace, because peace is the Most High himself. Peace is creation itself. Peace is what can get the creation to a better understanding for the future and greatness for Africa. So this revelation came to me that Africans, we should wear more white than any other color. Because the ones that oppressed us, they call themselves those colors. So in order to defeat them, we will have to wear white. Because if an African black person wears white on their skin, they look like angels, and they have the power of angels. They have the power of all good spirits that surrounds the universe. And this message is for every African, wherever you are in the world. Take white as your color. Anyone who touches you and they have their hands dirty, you will know the person exactly who touched you. If you wear white today, I have my hands dirty, and I come and touch you, my brother, you will know exactly it was Mr. Equity who touched me, and he knew his hands were dirty. How could he have done this? So we will the minute we take that as people, we will destroy all their evil powers. We don't even need to fight. Anything that they brought to us will go back to them, because the minute they throw it, we will see it before it even lands. So I advise all my brothers, inshallah, we can take that peace, because today I will tell you, the Arabs came and they did it to us. Excuse me. And then the West also came, they did it to us. But if you go to the West, many of the houses in their bedrooms, in their houses, in their rooms, it's all covered in white paint. It's only us Africa who like black color, pink color, yellow color. In their countries, every dominion that they have, if it is not a natural color, it will be white all over their houses, inside their rooms. Look at them. They have development. You go to the Arabs. They have every year they have pilgrimage. But when they have pilgrimage, they advise every Muslim, when you are going, you have to go with a white cloth. And that white cloth signifies that the spirits will come down. Because with all the scriptures that we have ever heard in the world, the angels that they talk about, whenever they came to earth, they were dressed in white. And the good ghost or the good spirit that we know as Africans, every time they surface in our societies, they dress in white. Anywhere you see a ghost dressing in black, you say, hey, that one, an evil one. Even the grand people, our grandfathers will tell you, don't go that side. There's a black ghost. There's a dark one there who wears dark. Do you understand? But of course, yes, if we want to have the powers of those angels and those spiritual people like our ancestors, those people that came as messengers, even Jesus Christ, he dressed in white until the day he was going back to heaven. And every messenger has done the same thing. So obviously, we are those people. We have been those people. We are the children of those people, because all of them were black people as you and I. So if we want to inherit the powers are already here for centuries. We will have to dress in white and absorb the energy from the wind, from the stars, from the sunshine, from the sea, because we represent everything of that. We are trees, we are the sun, we are the breeze, we are the river, we are the seas, we are the sweet water, we are the salt water, we are the fire, we are the sunshine, we are the moonshine, we are the stars.
Yes.
And their powers are ready to come down to us. But they have a gateway, and that gateway is white. And our oppressors are white.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well
Wow.
Thank you, brother.
Wow. Let me just do something quickly. Equity and justice. Thank you. I will just add something quickly. In Yoruba language, we have Ifa. Now, part of Ifa divinity, you have to wear white. When you're doing the celebrations when we're going to the celebration to celebrate Yemoja, you have to wear white. So everything you're saying, my brother, is almost bringing me to tears, because it is talking about the truth that we African people possess. It is. And I'm so glad, grateful that you are saying this. And all of us hear that.
Yes.
This is part of who we are. They have taken our culture and made it to be their religion. And we need to wake up. My brother, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to add one little thing.
I want to.
Excuse me.
1 second.
Equity,
I want to just add one little thing.
I want to back your. I
One
want
second,
to confirm your word.
Okay, go ahead. Catherine, go ahead. Go ahead, Catherine.
I want to confirm your word and your revelation. Your words and your revelation is what I want to confirm, so that people would know that when there's a true testimony, or when there's more testimony, you know 100% that is the truth. I'll tell you a story. When I was young, one day I was in the catechism class in the church. I used to go to Catholic church, and we go to rosary, block rosary, and all these rosary classes. And they went and taught us all these things, and we did the first Holy Communion. We all have to wear white gown to take the Holy Communion. And even before I will say this, I think I also want to say that one time when I started to read the Bible, when I started to look at the reason that they call us black people and they call themselves white, is that if you look at naturally, everybody knows that when somebody has a black hat, they say, oh, that black hat, that person has a black hat. And black is seen as the dirty color, as but white is always the pure and beautiful, good to look at. The angels, all of them dressed in white, and they're white people. So, as you said, it's all about transforming the whole thing into giving the power to themselves and giving us the dark image for ourselves. And when we did this communion, and I went in my dream after we wore that white cloth and we went and did all these things, we carried candle and we went to take the communion. In the night when I was sleeping, I went into the river. I went into the river and I was in this place. And in those days, they told us this thing in church that the people called Mami water in Africa, that there's a power called Mami water. So if you find yourself in those meats, you should say blood of Jesus and all those things. I went into this place. I was going with my friend that I know very well. We're going with her sister, 3 of us, and we went to this place. And then they had me dressed up so nice and welcoming me and everything. And then I started, after they went on and on about things, about me, I just went and said, blood of Jesus. And then they were angry with me. They were just really angry that I was ignorant, that I was going to learn a lesson. So I got up and I was crying coming out of my dream, and I was telling my parents, because even though I was awake, I was still hearing them getting angry with me. So my parents now, who are Christians, started to use my father went to Jerusalem and got a stone from Jerusalem. They put it in the water and they bathed me and they started to pray for me and all of these things. But I tell you, each time I pray in the name of Jesus, I always have difficulties. The most difficult life, I will be like, sometimes I'll be afraid of praying in the name of Jesus because my life will be hell on earth. When I went to church, I will experience difficulty until I started to come back and tell myself, I am a daughter of the water, the daughter of the land, and the daughter of the air. I had a name that I was giving, and I know that's why when you said air and land and sea, I just said, that's it. And immediately I went back to say, look, I know who I am, and I don't call Jesus, I don't go to church. And I go back to them and I talk to them and I talk to the land and I talk to the air and I talk to the sea. My God, I can't tell you where I am now as a human being, and the liberation and the truth. And so look, we are the white people. We are the light of this world. We are the river, we are the land, we are the air. And if we can tap into that power, if we can tap into that power. So apart from the practical thing that you've just told us that we should all practice, we should stop calling ourselves black. Our identity is important. We are not black. Our identity is so important. We are not black. We are the white. We are the light of this world, and we are the air and the sea and the land of this world. So let's just go with that. But I just want to confirm what he just said. It's nothing lie about it. Absolute 100% true.
Wow, thank you. Wow. I was doing this show.
My sister.
Wow. Let me.
Allow me, I just want to.
Okay, then I'll let Adelemi speak as well. But I'll go to equity. But go ahead, Gumako.
Okay. You know, one point Mr. Equity raised very his many good points. That point was about the gay and lesbian preach in Africa. You know, I did a little bit research about it, why they are imposing on Africa. Then I came into the political 101, which states if you want to redirect the mass of people, you need to create something that's sensitive to them and preach them. If you guys understand this. So something that people are sensitive about it, you impose of them, then they get angry and they focus on that and they forget what you are doing on them. So the point they are doing that to distract Africans about focusing about themselves, about development, about their freedom, about everything, to preach on them this and make us angry and forget what is important for us. This is really something every Africans need to understand and think about it. It is very difficult to understand when I just said it, but if you go deep into it, it is like misleading us from our education, from our spiritual, from our development, from our freedom, and make angry. And how come you impose this one on? We fight over something that's not important on us. You know, we have to just ignore them, the agenda they gave us. They are giving us agenda that make us occupied. Our brain cannot think anything else. That is something really, really need Africa to understand. So the other ones, democracy. Quickly, this one. Democracy did not get invented in Western world. Let me tell you guys where it is invented. It was invented in East Africa by the people called Oromo people. It is called Gada system. 8 years, every 4 years election, but maximum 8 years. British stole from there, and they manipulate it, and they are pretending they are democratic. They invented, they are civilized. Go read Gada system, G-A-D-A, Gada system, Oromo people. That's where original on the planet, the first democracy created. So let's go back to our democracy that is stolen from us, and let's go back to our spirituality that they destroyed and put another fake on us. Let's go back to our skills that they are unskilled us and teach us their language and their culture. And Africa, wake up. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Today's show, honestly, please, I want you all to know none of this was scripted. None of this was scripted. None of this was scripted. There is so much truth coming out on the platform, Citizen AY, the platform where we speak through the power. There's a lot of truth coming out because this is what we represent on this platform. And everybody, the energy that everybody's bringing in is really speaking truth to power. This is what we are doing on this platform. Thank you so much, Gumako, for that. So the Oromo people gave us the Gada system. I've written it down. I will do a research about that, and we will bring it up here again. So again, it's taking away all of this lies. We're exposing their lies. This is what this platform represents. Thank you all for your contributions to this. Please don't forget all of the panelists. Donate to them, give to them as well. Give the host also, and also please subscribe. There's a lot more information we want to bring forward. Let me quickly, equity and justice. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough, my brother. I cannot thank you enough. You really have actually opened the eyes of many. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. I'll go quickly. Go ahead.
Blessed citizen.
Ashe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am very happy and honored to be a part.
Thank you. Okay. I wanted to bring that straight away. Yes. Thank you. So Angel, thank you for waiting. Now I'll go to Grace. Thank you so much for waiting. Let's hear from you. You said something about the hair and all of that, and I really like it. Please go ahead.
It's really an honor to be here. I swear to God, every day I get up and don't see Citizen AY on this platform, my breathing is labored for the whole day. I swear, I I get on WhatsApp, I start asking all kind of questions. How can I call you? How can I reach you? Checking on you. Listen, Saint. You are the chosen one. You were called for this job. You hear me? You not only do it well, you do it completely. You're waking up people who were fast asleep for years, for centuries. You're allowing people the ability to express things they can't do on a regular daily basis on a platform that they mistakenly exposed to us, not realizing that the one thing we have is a lot of stuff to talk about. But after listening to everything that I just heard, I just want to say this, and there's a small exercise that my spirit is asking me to have everybody do. So I've come to the conclusion, and I'm sure we all can agree, that our people, in order to be where we are today, mentally, physically, financially, and emotionally, we were not only downtrodden, we were ostracized, criminalized, demonized, criticized, lied to, experimented on. The day we could take 5 or 10 seconds and accept these things as facts, we will not be able to move forward to make change. Before change can be made, we have to accept the things that we know to be true. We are literally living, breathing, existing these things on a daily basis, and it is from our ignorance that these people are benefiting on a daily basis. The cloud that was pulled over our eyes from the time of our ancestors needs to be removed. This is the time for our people to accept what was done to us, realize what was done to us, accept what was done to us.
New message is received from 31232.
To make that honest change that we need, because without us being the one that's going to bridge the ancestors to the future, without us taking a stand and making the world understand that we know exactly what happened and this is what we intend to do to change it. The future can only be changed once we form that bridge between the ancestors and the future. So we have to accept what they did to us. We have to stop believing the lies. We have to stop seeing the pretty things that they're putting in front of us. See, we've been so ostracized and downtrodden for so long that when they come to us and offer us a gift nicely wrapped, our eyes light up, our hearts pound a little faster, and we get super excited, and nothing else matters. Humanity, human rights, the lives of sovereign citizens, the welfare and the well-being, the natural needs being met, none of that becomes important to us, because guess what? They caught us in our weakest moment. They caught us at a point where they know whatever they show us that glitters, that shines, which actually originally came from the soils of the continent of Africa, we will quickly sell out the lives and the souls and the future of our generation. It is time for us to take that stand and let them understand that we know what you've done. The psychological warfare, the psychological programming, this biblical scripture, this fairy tale story. There is no spirit, there is no man that's gonna come from the sky.
Whoa.
And I damn sure don't believe it's going to happen. I know that the spirit of my ancestors live within me, deep in my soul, because when I connect with my ancestors and I ask for something that I need, I can damn near manifest it within minutes.
Wow.
And that's where I stand on the issue.
Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Where do I begin? It's connecting with ourselves. It's the manifestation. It's recognizing that they've used our powers against us to make us accept the false reality they placed before us. So many things you said in there, and I'm so grateful for your platform and what we do on here. Of course, we're talking about Citizen, where the platform where we speak truth power. We're here to enlighten, to awaken, to raise the awareness, to make you know that it's okay for you to have an opinion, suggestions, them and to act on those ideas to bring a better Africa. You and I, we need to work together to achieve that collectively among ourselves. We have that power. And the beauty of it is now we are beginning to demonstrate that by coming together and putting the power together, like Equity and Justice said. When we come together, we are unstoppable. No nuclear weapon. Just like Bob Marley said, time. You know, how long shall they care? Perfect and alone. Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill, all of that stuff. He talks about the fact that look, nuclear weapon cannot stop the time. That is what we are. We are the time. Everything on this earth reverberates around us. Now, we are beginning to recognize that. We need to harness that power. We must make sure that we begin to use this power positively among ourselves. You see, when we are community-based people, when our community thrives, every individual reaches their true potential. When our community thrives, every individual within the community, they thrive. So our community it has been shattered by this system, this false system, and we need to rebuild our community on the African continent, and it is our right. And this time, we're going to be working with Ibrahim Traore as a General to do that. And we have to support them. So thank you so much, Arthur. Thank you. I was going to bring in Grace, but I think she's gone off. Let me see if I can bring you back. Grace, are you there? It is okay. Hang on. Somebody wanted to add them. Let me add me. Grace, I'm going to add you. Yes, I'm adding you right now because I wanted you to speak. And please, watching. Yes, go ahead, my sister. Go ahead, Bantu Queen. Go ahead. Is she here?
No, I was saying that Grace is still there.
Yeah, I'm going to bring her back because she dropped off. I want to just add her. She said to add her back, which I've just done. Grace, are you there? Let me see. Grace, okay, I'm accepting you right now. Okay, so as I wanted to speak, then I'll see if I can bring others in. I'll bring Queen as well. If you can chat, I know there's a lot of people. So yeah, Grace, go ahead. Greetings. Go ahead. Okay. How you doing? That's a pleasure to have you. Good. Thanks. Go ahead. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you. Go ahead. Grace, can you hear me? Go ahead.
My contribution is that, like in the Bible, in the Bible, can you hear me?
Yep.
There is an echo.
Okay.
In the Bible, they said, he that is in me is greater than you that is in the world. They are referring to we the black people. We have something in ourselves that is greater that is greater in us more than those things in the world. So that's the quotation they use. But when you understand, you know that they are referring to we the black people because we have something in us that is greater than them. Okay. And then another thing I want to say, let me go outside. These people are here.
Yeah.
Another second thing, they brought to us the Quran, okay? But this Quran, again, which they brought to us, we the Africans, okay? They use this Quran to do fetches. You tell us that you Africans should not do fetches, should not do this. But those things our forefathers we are practicing, you people are doing this today. So what makes the difference? What makes the difference? You bow
Good
before
question.
a stone that could not speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. I hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes.
You bow before a stone that could not speak. Meanwhile, you people said, thou shalt not worship another gods or whatsoever. But before the Quran and the Bible, Africa, we are having their own way of worship. Which is something that is not, when you connected to nature, you have nothing to do with this worldly material things. You know that this worldly things is nothing. That's why the white people use it in the Bible that he that is in me
is. I get what you mean. Yes. Network. She's got network issues. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go on. Go on, Grace.
Yes, my network. Yes. So all I want to say is that we need just to unite and go back to our ways. Our tradition is the best. I'm telling you.
Thank
We
you.
don't go against what God doesn't like or whatsoever. We don't do woman to woman, man to man. We respect people. You can see in Africa, and a young lady will sit. When an elderly man, the lady will get up, the elderly man will sit. We Africans, we know what is respect. Let me tell you, the wise people, they don't know what is respect. Unless you live with them, with their children, you know that these people, they don't know what is respect. We Africans, we are well trained. So he that is in me is greater than we are greater than them. They know this. So that's my own contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you for that. It is about recognizing the greatness within ourselves, which is what I really like. And we need to understand that. And it is okay. It doesn't mean that we are looking down on anybody else. It's just recognizing the greatness that we've been told to ignore. The world we are living in is telling us to ignore ourselves, to put ourselves as less than nothing, to count ourselves as equal to cows and goats and everything else. We must no longer accept that. We are the very people that this earth depends upon, that revolves. Our energy is something of power that many are harnessing and using it against us. And it's time we recognize that. We need to take control. And it is really important that we do so. So, Grace, thank you so much. Please, don't forget, we do still have this program we're talking about. GoFundMe, donate to the GoFundMe to actually help us in getting our African women who are currently stuck in Iraq home. Many of them are stuck. Some of them have actually managed to go home. A couple of them have managed to go home, but many of them are still stuck in Iraq. Their passports taken away. They cannot even leave the country, and they happen to have their family send some money home. And the U.S. government, the African governments, AU, ECOWAS, they are doing nothing. And this is why we're saying for us, please, if you can, go to the Africa GoFundMe fund for rescuing Africans from Arab enslavement in Arab countries. If you can do that, please. Very, very much important. Somebody wants to join. Noah, please request. Okay. Okay, let me bring this guy. I'm going to bring in Jab because he wanted to speak before. And then who else did I bring in? Who else has? Okay, Jab, I've answered you. Let me quickly look. Adam J, sorry. Adam J, I'm going to accept you. I'm going to accept Miss T, and then we'll probably start wrapping up. Oh, sorry, did I not? Miss T, I was going to accept you. Oh, hang on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam J. Go ahead. What would you like to say? I'll bring others in. Adam J, thank you for coming back. Let's hear from you. Then go ahead. Adam J, let's hear from you.
Yeah, my brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And me, I not like ECOWAS. Anything we concerned about ECOWAS, me not felony about hate ECOWAS. ECOWAS not a community where they help for Africa. Not a good organization for Africa. They want all time the African citizens suffer, then benefit of what in the European people, then they tell them, then they put money and then put how many billion, then they send them to Europe. The youth then is Africa to suffer under ECOWAS. If he believes he get a half clean democracy, if he meet tell you no one day under ECOWAS, no force me for go under ECOWAS.
Exactly.
What is the behind democracy? Where they say
go ahead.
Remember when they say, hey, the country is in Tuboku. Now they mean democracy because when the sovereignty come, now it crisis to come. So it have the name under the last name, democracy. And it's a way crisis the youth, not good for youth. We may not like democracy for Africa. Africa for their own. So respect me, brother. If you ask me, I not like ECOWAS for Africa. Not demonic, not satanic organization for Africa. They're not good for Africa at all. If I have power for done ECOWAS, inside seconds I'd be done.
I agree. Thank you so much, Adam J. Thank you. I understand. So your passport is useless, right? Do you have any confidence in the ECOWAS passport, for example?
No confidence I not get for ECOWAS, for Africa, for good, for maintain Africa, for let the CTC they enjoy the youth there in Africa for enjoy under ECOWAS. All now sufferness.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
So ECOWAS no.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Jay, it's a little noisy, but thank you for your contributions. Yeah, it's a bit noisy and the network is going off and on. But thank you so much. I really like what you said, and thank you for your contributions. I'll go to the next person quickly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just give him a quick applause as well. And thank you very much. Like I said, you see, if you want to know if an organization is working for your community, ask the youth. He just said now he doesn't have any confidence in ECOWAS, and we need to go by that. And none of us, let's not be under any illusion. African Union and ECOWAS are not working for Africans; they're working for the colonials. And the youth have just heard it. They just said it, and we need to really listen. That's why we need to support AES, and that is really important. Thank you very much. Let us go to Miss T. You've been waiting, and I'll let what would you like to say, Miss T? Then I'll go to somebody else as well. I think, Miss T, let's hear from you. Go ahead, Miss T. You want to say things?
Hi everyone. Hi.
Hi there. Welcome. What would you like to say?
So the reason why I came on here is because I saw the picture in your background, and coincidentally yesterday I was watching a program about him. I never knew about him, though I'm African, but I've been in the West for so many years. So now what I wanted to say, like what we were originally talking about, because now this is diverted. Now it's about, yeah, let's do this, let's fight them, let's do voodoo, blah, 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 this and that. And we are kind of a little bit off topic. But anyway, what I wanted to say, and just put my 2 cents here.
Go ahead.
I grew up in the 70s back in Africa and 80s. And the way things were, fortunately, in my country where I grew up in, I never experienced like racism from the white people, yeah? But then later on, I think I'm writing it in my comments, that and you know what Mugabe did, yeah? When he came to power, that man was so passionate about Zimbabwe and Africa in general. And the reason why people voted for him, he was false. Everything that he was saying, like he was going to let Africa be Africans, we can do this, we can do that. But and of you know, like was it 2000 or whatever year it was, just all the people of the land and said, give us back our land. And he distributed the land to the people. And most of that land today is not used. Nobody's doing anything about that land. And people are just mining. Everywhere they feel mining, they are mining, and nothing is coming out. Zimbabwe was the richest country in Africa. It was the breadbasket of Africa. And the people there, the education was first class and the system. But because of the mentality of this older generation, and also the other women they get involved in, because Zimbabwe was destroyed by Mugabe's wife. Before he was married to a Ghanaian lady who was like our mother, everybody loved her. And you know, she had morals and everything. But when this one came, she wanted to be a woman and going and spending money for education, money for health, whatever it was, buying all those designer clothes, building mansion. There are only 4 in their household, but they would build like 6, 7 mansions with 20, 30 bedrooms. Why would you want so many mansions with all those bedrooms, and yet the country has got nothing at all, and they've got properties all over the world? The problem with the leaders in Africa, that they use money. Zimbabwe was given money for compensation of the land, and none of the citizens saw that money. That money went into their own pockets, you know, the politicians and whatever, which is very painful. And a lot of Africans, like now, as we know, are dying in the Mediterranean Sea, whatever it is, coming to Europe.
of TikTok.
Oh, sorry. They are losing their lives. I don't know if it's correct to say.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Trying
okay.
to cross the sea over to Europe. Do you understand? Countries love their people. The way we are so passionate, the way we are talking here, why are people losing their lives? Why is something like that? This is 2020. Why we say wake up, everybody. You know, all these things that happened years ago, but you know, African people love to talk with no action. That's the thing. They talk, oh, let's do this, do that. But we don't.
Can I ask you a question, Misty? I'd like to ask you a question. What is the solution? What solution do you see for us? Please.
People should vote for the people they know who do something else, and we should all unite. Do you understand? Because at this moment, the whole of Africa is not united. We sit here and say Africa this, Africa that, but you know for certain there are people down below in Southern Africa who think like, you know, there's sea in between, they're their own Africa, this and that.
Okay.
It's not gonna work.
No, I agree with you.
We have a lot of people, educated people all over the world. Why can't people then get their degrees and everything and come and build, you know, our countries?
Okay, good. That's good. 1 second. I just want to just say, I'll come back. Give me 1 second. I agree with you that I've done things wrong, but the one thing I say to you is that the money that the UK and US are supposed to give them after the mass agreement, I'm sorry, George Young confirmed it. They never gave the $1.7 billion that they were supposed to give. UK was supposed to give $1 billion and 50 million pounds, and US $1 billion, something. But they never gave that money. They reneged on it, and that is something that because George Young of the UN, he confirmed this. So you may not be aware, but there's a video going around where George Young, former UN secretary, confirmed that. So if you just to make sure that I'm not saying Gaddafi and Mugabe is perfect, but I'm saying to you that it is important to understand that the West actually they did not honor that deal. So it's really important. But at the same time, what we do want are leaders like this who are standing up for their people. And these guys are making sure they build factories, mining factories, polytechnics to learn how to build bridges, tomato making, tomato paste factories, you know, farmers,
brother,
all of those. So
ask
yeah.
you something quickly.
Yes, go ahead.
You know Nigeria, your country.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Are you not like the richest country in Africa with your oil or something like that?
Of course we are, but we have bad governance, and we know. And the reason why we have bad governance is because we know that colonials are governance, that we have puppet leaders.
Yeah, but where is that oil going? I want to know, because half of country, not like 3/3 Africa, has no fuel whatsoever, and yet Nigeria has got fuel which they could be selling around Africa. But why are they exporting it somewhere else? Live in country like their own countries. Like
I moved from the West to Kenya, and let me tell you something. A lot of people don't know. There's a lot of diaspora that's moved on the continent, and we are working on the ground. We don't come on YouTube. We are not on TikTok. We are not on no social media, but we are doing great work on the ground. I am one of them. Right? I feed like 60 children. I clothe them. I get sponsored for school fee for them, and we are educating the younger generation, their constitutional right, and a lot of things more. So we are working. So you said you have been in the West for a very long time. So at the same time, I don't know if you're contributing, but please try and get back in touch with home and be a part of one of those young ladies or mother who will try and contribute something back home, because that's what we are doing. I was born in the island of Jamaica, but I know that I am a descendant of the motherland. So a lot of us might be here was talking. We are doing great job. We are doing great job on the ground, but we just don't really publish it like that. life, you could be one of the people that visit back home or try to contribute something if you don't want to go back home. Because Africa need us as diaspora. They need us. I've lived on the continent in the East for over 2.5 years. That's my home. I am here now in the UK, but I have my business going on as I speak in the continent. And people, we're working, Mama. Sister, we're working.
Great
And
work.
remember, we're playing checkers.
So go ahead, FNGL, go ahead.
I was saying you gotta, and remember that we are currently playing chess, not checkers. And the only time the enemy, and even the Christian church teach you this, the only time the enemy can counteract your actions is when they have an idea what your plans are. So if you be silent, move in silence, like Bantu Queen is saying, and let them see the results, do not speak about your action, because then you're giving them the opportunity to counter your actions.
Yeah.
So we have to consider playing chess, not checkers at this point in the game.
Okay. Well said, Adiremi. Well said, Adiremi. So, Misty, nobody, it's not about attacking you or anything. I'm really glad we need to hear different views and different opinions, and we appreciate that. But it is important to understand that these leaders here, they are different from those old leaders of those times. And even Mugabe, I salute Mugabe because he stood on the face of the obvious threats. Because when they said that they left, they never left. Majority of the land in Africa is still in the hands of whites. Cecil Rhodes, for example, how is it that his body is in the land that he did not like Africans? He should be back home in Hertfordshire, in Bishop Stortford. That's where his body should be, because that's where it's from. So look, let's not waste too much time. Let me add one or two more people, then we wrap up, because I need to. I want to just give them a chance. So Noah, I tried to bring you on board, but I cannot see you. So let me bring in Defender, and then Elo. So that'll be the last two. Then we can. I'll be coming back later on. But I want to thank everybody. Please.
Hey everybody. Hey.
Greetings.
It's been a long time, host, since I seen you.
Yeah, great to see you. Welcome aboard, Defender. Thank you.
I won't be long. I just wanted to say that somebody's making me mute. Making me echo.
Go ahead. Okay.
Let me turn my volume down a little bit. Okay. Africa does not need the diaspora. One thing, we need Africa, because Africa is the base country, and none of us will be free until Africa is free. But one of the things that I wanted to share quickly is that the problem with us, unlike our ancestors, they did not know fear. And if you look at slavery, if you look at history, the YT people have always used fear. And so when people say we're waking up, it really means we're losing fear. Once we lose fear, they will no longer have a grip on us. Fear is mentioned 437 times in the Bible, and they are using it. And so that's why they make us think, if we don't believe in the Bible, we don't believe in this, we're going to hell. It's all fear-based. So that's all I wanted to share, and thank you for having me.
Well, thank you very much, Defender, for that very insightful statement right there. And oftentimes we miss great comments like that. And I like you put it so succinctly. You said, waking up is losing fear. When we're waking up, we are actually losing fear. This is so fundamental in what we're doing. And that is why many of us are waking up, because we're beginning to connect the dots. Before, previously, they just told us no. Again, like Anthony Blinken tried to do that. Oh, don't think for yourself. You have to listen. Ignore what they're saying about Russia. Well, we tell you is what you must do. And then they silence us. No way. We are not going to accept that. So thank you for sharing that with us. We really are grateful for that. Let me go to Elo. Elo, I hope I'm saying it right. What would you like to say? Let's hear from you. Go ahead. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Bantu Queen, 1 second. Elo, are you there? Hello? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I am here. I'm here.
What would you like to say? Go ahead.
Well, just like the last speaker rightly said, I want to thank her, for what she said. But then what I want to add is this: fear, just like she said, has always been the tool in which we have been controlled. The African man has never known fear. We are born to do stuffs. You know, if you listen to history during the slave trade, you remember that there was time a group of slaves that was on a ship, they had to drown themselves instead of being slaves. That's the kind of courage Africans know. And we should go back home and start to preach against corruption, because we keep blaming the foreigners, the white, and other people for our problems. We are our own problem, because these people don't come in if we don't give them chances. There is an adage of my people that says that it is the rat who lives inside that told the one living outside that there is meat in the kitchen. I repeat, it is the rat who lives in the house that told the one who lives outside that is meat in the kitchen. So we should preach against corruption. Our people, our leaders are the problem of Africa. These people are so corrupt that they don't even think of any other person than themselves. So corruption is something that we must find a way to deal with. And we must learn how to protect. We must learn how to be, we are so scared of dying. We don't want to die. But then we're not even alive. We're not living. This is not how to live. The African man will choose to live like a slave, instead of protesting for his own right. We should learn how to stand in the street and say no. These people are taking us for granted for so long, for centuries. And it is time that we learn how to say, it is either we die or you change. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ilo. Thank you. The word we use is unalive. Don't use that word because it's gonna mess up the algorithm and they will try and start banning us. Noah, I've been trying to bring you on, but you're not coming on. But I'm not gonna bring anybody else on now. We're gonna have a break. I want to thank everybody that's spoken, and thank you so much for the gifts, everybody that has donated to us. We are really grateful for your support and for all the work that you've done in reaching more people. I'm really grateful for that support. Please continue to donate and share the like and help us grow the platform. It is really, really important that we continue this work of awareness in all our communities. Again, don't forget, what do you think of this this new attire? Let me know. Leave comments. Do you like it? I'll be wearing it at the, on when I do my shows, when you see this. Because I really want the message to get out. And the connection between Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power, and the awareness that we're doing is very important. And of course, we would like you to consider to subscribe to us. Because what we do on this platform is to bring you a lot of information that is going to open your mind, make you think of yourself in a more positive light as an African, to free your thinking, to free your mind, to free yourself from enslavement collectively. We have all been enslaved. Now, like my brother said, we must take responsibility for what's happening to us, which is, again, Catherine said that, critical self-analysis. And we need to do that. But in doing that, we must recognize great leaders like Ibrahim Traore on the screen, Assimi Goïta, General Chiani. They are working to free the entire Africa. We must support them. And as I speak to you, over 50,000 Burkina Faso people have applied to go into the army. The army has only space for 10,000 or 11,000 people. So you can see that there is enormous support. So we need to encourage that. And also, the army of the Alliance of Sahel States will all be coming together, and they're working to make sure that they can secure themselves. So when you attack one, you attack all. Just like in the NATO, same thing. So everything we're saying here is for you to really ensure that we continue on this drive. There is a role you can play. You can help. In your community, you can take information to your community about the constitution in local languages. I have that in Yoruba. If you want me to give you the information in your local language, in your country, I can send it to you, and you take that and translate it into your local language and give to your community so they know their rights and you also teach them how to use those powers. Give you an example. In Nigeria, for example, I'll just say this. In Nigeria, the section 14.2a of the Nigerian Constitution states, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through its constitution, derives all its powers and authority. Now, I have that book on my website, www.citizenay.org. Now, I'll say it to you in Yoruba. Abala kẹrin láìsẹ kejì a ìjọba jẹ́ ti àwọn ènìyàn Nàìjíríà láti ọ̀dọ̀ ní tìjọba nípasẹ̀ òfin orílẹ̀-èdè gbogbo agbára àti àṣẹ rẹ̀. Now, what I said about the sovereignty, I just said in Yoruba language. And the people who are in that community need to know that they have sovereignty which is Obalashe, authority, Ashe, and finally power, authority, and power, which is Agbara, Ashe. Sorry, let me say again: sovereignty, Obalashe, authority, which is Ashe, and finally power, which is Agbara. So the reason I'm saying that is you need to connect those words. You need to hear the words about authority, which is Obalashe, Ashe, and Agbara, in your local language, so you know that that land, you and your community collectively, you are sovereigns in that land, and you have the power to hold your government to account. There's one more section I'll read to you briefly. It states, section 14.2c, the participation by the people in the government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. That is what it says in English. Now, to any African, you don't know what that means because it doesn't mean anything to you. It's in English. Now, when you hear it in Yoruba, it goes like this. See, ìkópa àwọn ènìyàn nínú ìjọba wọn gbọ́dọ̀ rí dájú ní ìbámu pẹ̀lú àwọn òfin orílẹ̀-èdè. Now, the people in that community will now understand that for them to participate in the governance, it simply means ìkópa in their language. That means that they can participate. And how do they participate? By questioning those in government. How much did you spend? Who are the contractors? What is the balance? Via monthly town hall meetings. We need this to happen in all 54 African nations. This is what we need to do to break this down. And that is how the people can get back the power to control their governance and get roads, water, light, schools, bridges, healthcare, safety, security, and so on and so forth. This is what we need. So we need to be involved in that process, all of us, to be engaged in this process relentlessly, and also supporting the likes of Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Gota, and General Chiani. So the awareness of our rights is the key to freedom. The awareness of our rights in our local languages in all 54 countries is the key to the freedom that we desire on the African continent. So let us continue to do that work. I want to thank everybody that has been listening to me and sharing this broadcast. It's been a pleasure. We've learned so much on here, and there is so much more to learn. And please continue to share the broadcast. Please, if you do want to get this, if you like it, get in touch with me. I can give you the costings about this if you want it, and help us shape, because it's a message we're trying to spread. This platform is the platform where we speak truth to power, and we are about awareness about our rights, and we want our people to know that it's time. The time is now for Africa to stand up. We're not going to take any lesson from those who have been colonizing and exploiting our resources. We will dictate what happens on the African continent collectively. I want to thank you all so much. You've been listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Thank you so much. Before I go, I am going to play off with my song. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm going to play off with this song, and then I'll meet you there so we can. Thank you, my sister. Let me just do that. Okay. So we're gonna play off with this song which I wrote. Please, you can help the process. If you go and download the song on iTunes or Spotify, some of the fonts we definitely want to use in printing information. We want to print booklets and go to communities and teach them about their rights in their language and how to use those powers, because we have to free our people from fear. Fear is what holds them up from actually demanding what is rightfully theirs. So, and that's what we're trying to do. So before we go, Adireme, thank you so much. We're going to do this. Let us go ahead and play the song. It's called How Long Una Go to Suffer. I may not sing too much. My voice is hoarse, but thank you for joining me. You've been listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak with the power. Like I said, if you do want to get this t-shirt, get in touch with me, and then we'll do some work on that. But for now, let's go. Here it goes. So. My people, oh, I throw a salute. Hey, 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 ha, me on a hill. How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? How long? Oh, how long? How long? How long una go dey suffer? My people, we don't tire inside Nigeria. Now slave camp we dey oh. That's so. My people, we don't tire for the country where them they call Nigeria. Now slave camp oh. The time done now where we supposed stand up for our rights oh. Stand up for our rights oh. The time done now where we supposed stand up oh, for our rights oh, for self-determination. How long? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long go? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? Abdul Salam na fake man. Now he put that yeah constitution for your head, yo. Abdul Salam na fake man. Now military man come tell you say una get constitution. Now lie yo, na fake, na fraud oh. That yeah constitution. And then they take close to the eye oh. Make una wake up, make una wake up oh. Oh, Caberenio, I just they wonder. 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 Berenio, I just they wonder. Oh, Caberenio, I just they wonder. Oh, Caberenio, I just they wonder. I just dey wonder. My people, I won't make una know say oh. Self-determination oh, na your right oh. My people, I won't make una know say oh. Self-determination na your right oh. You must fight for your right. You must stand for your right. You must get up, stand up. You must tell your people for your village, for your town, for your city, and inside country where you dey oh. Atiku, emi no come, operator Obi no be the solution. Na the solution, na be the solution. Make una wake up, make una wake up. Time down now. You be Yoruba man, you be Biafra. I want make una know say self-determination na your right you. How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? How long? How long? How long gonna go this suffer? How long? Na your land yo, Minuba na your land yo, Hausa land na your land yo, Biafra land na your land yo. No be Nigeria, no be Nigeria, no be Nigeria, no be Nigeria. Ra, 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 oh. I want to thank you all so very much for joining this broadcast. It's been an extended broadcast. I hope you've learned some one or two things, and please, we are eager to learn more. There are more solutions out there. You have a solution to the African problem. You, yes, you have a solution to the African problems. All of us, let us put it together. It is time for collective action. Yes, we can talk, but we need to take collective action. Start with making our people know their rights in their local language, in their communities. We need to do that work. We mustn't relent. Support Alliance of Sahel States. Ensure these great men that you see behind the screen that you're watching, these great men, support them. The Western media will never say anything good about them. You and I must take that on. You and I must make sure we spread the word about the great work that have been done. Imagine a young man of 35, Ibrahim Traore, took over 2 gold mines from the colonials. and they are now making the gold and putting them in the central bank of Burkina Faso. Imagine that. That is a man that is taking action. It's not just about talk. We need more leaders like that across the whole of Africa. And let us take a minute to appreciate Dr. Arikana Chodumodikwao, who has been speaking up and waking us up. She made us all know. I've known about the fact that every year France was taking billion dollars, I think, billion dollars from all 14 African nations every year. She brought that to our attention, and then they actually took her out of her position as the diaspora head president, from African Union. And nonetheless, she's carrying on. And PLO Lumumba, we are talking also about Julius Balema, Joseph Maponga, many names. There's a guy from Zimbabwe, I think it is, who is exposing the GMO. I acknowledge them as well. Those of us, we need to be speaking. We need more voices speaking up for Africa. We can no longer be silent. Your voice is important in the freedom of Africa. Your voice is important in the freedom of Africa. All our voices put together, we can and must free Africa collectively. Please continue to donate. Subscribe to Citizen AY at the platform where we speak with power. Again, Catherine Joseph, thank you so much for joining. Equity and Justice, so many names, too many to mention. Bantu Queen, wow, thank you. We need to connect with that spirit. Let's not forget libations, drums. We will be doing something. Let's see if we can do a program whereby we'll pick one day and we can all do that across the whole of Africa, in fact, the whole world. And let's see what happens. We have that power. Now it's time to unleash it collectively to free us. It is already so. Our ancestors have said so, they've affirmed it, and it's already so. Ashe. We are over 50,000 likes. Thank you so much. Continue to give and support us. Share the platform, and of course, please continue to share the information, and don't relent. Come up with suggestions. We are the savior we've been waiting for. It's not in the sky. It is you and me. It is our collective effort that is going to free Africa. Let us join hands with Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, General Chiani. Let us protect them. Let us make sure we continue to bring the news, good news about them. We no longer must listen to any news from the Western media. We don't trust them. We don't rely on them. We have to create our own news. We have to write our own narratives. We must be responsible for writing what we want to happen. We write into story what happened. We remember our history, and our history will point us in the direction of freedom. That is the only way we must go. Thank you all so much. You have been listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth about our later on. Thank you, and bye for now. Once again, how long will I get this offer? The answer is not long. It's time for collective action. Let us act now. Thank you. Support Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, and General Chiani, and the AES. For now, I bid you all good evening. Thank you very much, and bye for now. Bye for now. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye, all. Okay, bye. Okay. Thank you so much. You've been listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to power. Julius Spark, thank you so much. All the way from Ouagadougou. I thank you for joining. I'll be back again. We'll give you more updates. And we support. We are in full support of Ibrahim Traore. I want you to know that. Around the world, we are carrying the news. We want the world to know this great man. We will not relent in all the great stuff. We want more African leaders to do exactly what he's doing. So we are with him 100%. So thank you, Julius Park. And please continue to share the message and help us reach more people. And those of you who are following as well, continue to share and help us grow the platform. Thank you for your gifts and super chats, and continue to grow the platform. Thank you so much. For now, you've been listening to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to back later on. Thank you, and bye for now. Bye for now. Bye.